Yes, ready if you are, Madam Chair.
Oh, Madam Chair, how cool.
Mrs. Chairman, sorry.
It's Mrs. Chairman. Okay. Hey, Pat, if you put us on the grid, you have us on the grid view?
I do.
Okay. I guess the phone doesn't work that way. Good evening, Mr. Hegney. Are you here representing the Aquarian Water Company?
I am not, no.
And why
That's
are we
been po-
looking at,
It's been postponed.
Aquarian has postponed as requested.
okie dokie smoky?
So we're going to be starting with number 3. Well, I'll just run through the announcements, Madam Chair, if that's okay. So
Yes, would you
items number
please?
1 and
And-
2, the Aquarian Water Company subdivision and the related municipal improvement from the Board of Selectmen and the Director of Environmental Affairs. They'll be postponed to the September 9th meeting. They have some outstanding issues to address, and we'll address them and return at that meeting date. So we are starting off on number 3A, discussion items, the Foundation House pre-application for property at 124 Old Mill Road.
Okay, do we have any other postponements?
We do not.
Okay, would you do me a favor and just run the roll call of who is in attendance and seated?
Sure.
Just tell me who's there, because I can't see anybody but you.
Correct. So seated for the regulars is Margarita Albin, Nick Macri, Dave Hardman. Seated for Mr. Fox is Victoria Goss, and seated for Mr. Levy is Peter Lowe.
Great, and there are 5 of us here.
There are 5 of us here. If there are any recusals, it'll be a 4-person vote, but
No,
other than
I
that,
don't think we have any recusals. Okay, so we are going to start with item 3A. The foundation.
I'm sorry, hold on, guys. Is there some sort of control that turns off the sound to other people? Because I just got a text that someone's not getting sound.
no. The
Okay.
sound,
No,
sound going out should be, if you're in the room, you should be able to hear us. There's no muting for the attendees.
Okay.
Say, Margarita, Katie, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say, I'll be recused for the 2 Innis Arden applications, just so.
Oh,
you
I
keep your
forgot about that.
record
Okay.
straight. And I was not seated for Greenwich Country Day.
Well, but you were there and you read the record, so you're gonna have to go ahead and seat
Okay.
yourself. Okay?
Nope.
And on Innis Arden, they'll just be 4. I think we're gonna be okay. Because what I'm gonna suggest to you guys is that we've only got the must close tonight and we have no must decides. I would suggest that we not decide anything tonight. Pat, if you want to double check that, I think I'm correct, and I think we would be better off.
Well, no, there are some decision items because we won't have a meeting between now and the date of decision. So
There is no must decide that I'm seeing, Pat, so you're going to need to tell me what it is because it doesn't show on the agenda.
so number 7 for Little Cove is a must decide by August 12th.
Okay.
So there must decide as in this evening, no, but as in between now and the next schedule.
Well, but no, it's not if the applicant is willing to give us an extension. And I
Okay.
would strongly suggest that the applicant give us an extension on Little Cove.
And
The
then that would
applicant
go,
doesn't want to, yeah. So that's the only one. It's the same thing with Seven Meadow. There's extensions available on everything. I think the applicants would probably be well served to give us those extensions.
yes, I would agree with that, that there's times, there is time to extend on everything but one application. I would support that.
And which is the one that has no extension time left on it other than it's a
The,
must close? Or,
Yes,
It's
Country Day is a
country.
must close. Right,
yes, but it isn't a must decide.
correct.
Okay, so what I would suggest, if hopefully all the applicants are in the room, is that they they do us the kind favor of giving us extensions so that we can decide all the items that are must closes to anything that we get an extension to decide, especially since on several, we do have open items on some. Okay, with that, and on Innis Arden, there'll only be 4 of us seated. Okay, with that, I think we've got the housekeeping out of the way. And we'll start with Mr. Hegney at Foundation House.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of Foundation House. We're very pleased to present this application to you. You have seen this property within the last year for a multi-unit housing development on Old Mill Road. This property is 75 acres. It borders Old Mill on the north and the Merritt Parkway on the south. It's actually made up of 4 large parcels that were approved by the commission some time ago. What we're talking about is the one of the the 2 middle parcels where we're looking to utilize this as a property for educational opportunities and enrichment. The main house is on lot 3, and it contains a pool and a tennis court. On lot 2, which is the lot where we're looking to add an event space, has already a barn or stable, a caretaker's cottage, greenhouse, shed. So it has all of the I would call the back of house buildings that you have for the large estates in the backcountry. And this is one of those great estates. And this is an opportunity with this application to enhance the property and to keep it as a great estate, as one large 75-acre parcel. I should add there's also a grist mill, which is on lot 4, which is an historic structure. That has been indicated that will be improved and kept in good condition, and is something that we will work with the Historical Society and the Historic District Commission on. Pat, if you could bring up slide 2 on the screen.
Will do.
And what Pat will be showing is Tony DeAndrea's survey showing all 4 parcels.
Mr. Hegney, since it's a pre-application item, how would you feel if we cut to the chase, since everybody who's sitting here has read the material?
That's great. There are a number of things that I think you would like us to address, and
yes.
So I think it's important to do that because what we really are looking for, Pat, this is a great one to leave on the slide 3. What we're really looking for is some direction on other issues that we need to be addressing, and those came up as part of the briefing on Monday, and we will be addressing those, and I'll mention those in a second. And really to see whether there are any major glaring issues that we need to be mindful of as we move forward with an actual application.
So let me, if I could interrupt you, I'm gonna interrupt you, okay? So as you heard at the briefing, the commission was enthusiastic about the possibility of preserving the historic structures, the donation of the grist mill to the trust, the creation of open space, deeding some of the land as open space, and overall that seemed a wonderful end goal. The commission was interested in a land merger, in having the lots be re-merged that were going to be retained for this property. In addition, we were looking to define the specific uses exactly for the applicant to come in with a definition of the specific uses that would be occurring, what is meant by this educational and cultural facility, what type of events, etc. The second point on that, on the specific uses, is beyond the educational and cultural, if the applicant would also kindly give the commission information on how the fundraising events will be managed and scheduled so that the intensiveness of the traffic or something like that, the use does not become a bother in the neighborhood, that it fit harmoniously, which I believe is the applicant's intent with the neighborhood. So those were the three main issues that the commission raised, that of the intensiveness, the specific uses, and for the land merger, that the land merger take place. The last question is, once that those are determined, if when the applicant comes in, there would have been some thought to what can be done to protect the land in perpetuity. What we would not want to see happen is if the applicant would sell this land and it somehow be able to turn into a high intensity educational use or something to that extent that is allowed by the regulations under 694. So that it would be a protection. We weren't necessarily looking for an HO, but rather that at the time that a special permit is done, that special permit carry conditions that do protect the use, the neighborhood for as long as possible. There you go, Mr. Hegney. That would be our guidance to you on this pre-application.
And that's very helpful. On the impact to the neighborhood, I would add that the driving force and owner of this property actually lives across the street. And we have had meetings with the board of the Round Hill Association, and they have been very receptive to this proposal. At how the events are held and how fundraisers are conducted on the property is certainly an issue that we need to address and want to address. We would be retaining a traffic engineer to do a report. One of the real advantages of this site is that the activity is going on in the center of this 75 acres. So there are long driveways that are available. There are what would be paddocks that could be used as parking areas rather than creating a lot of paving. It would be natural materials. It's really to provide this as an amenity to the community and to the neighborhood. For example, the close to 3 miles of riding trails would be available for not only riders, but also for the public to walk through the property. So this is really meant as a public entity. I would describe it as similar to the Audubon Society.
And the commission understood that and lauds that. I had the privilege of hearing Mimi Sternlicht speak about this application before it became pre-app for us. And
yes.
I think the commission endorses the intent, but wants to build in protection. And I believe that given what the applicant aims to do, that should be an easy thing to do for you all.
So,
Does anybody else on the commission have comments at this time?
I was just going to say about the events that I think it would be really helpful if you spelled out how many you think you might have a year and what type of events they would be, but how many people you think might be there, that kind of thing. I know you said you're going to get the traffic report, which should be helpful, but just to really nail that down.
And that's
Excellent.
what we include in the traffic report, Katie, so that it would be clear what those activities are and how the traffic for those would be handled. Does,
And their frequency.
Mr. Hegney, I was just thinking about the event barn. How would you classify it? Is that kind of an accessory structure? Can the septic system handle this kind of a use with all those people there? You have parking down below. I'd like to know how that's going to work. There's only one way in, one way out. What is that all about? The staffing, the hours. Katie, I think already hit on the events. And actually, of the 4 lots, the 2 center ones are being used, but what's happening to the other 2? That kind of thing. And I think with the lot merge, it was actually, now that you're saying it's the 2 in the middle, but are all 4 considered part of the property, and would that be part of the merge as well? So that's my thoughts in my notes.
Thanks, Nick. I'm not sure we're looking at necessarily merging. One of the
Okay.
thoughts we had was, in order to provide a suitable area for the septic system, we were looking at lot line revision to add space from lot 3 to lot 2. When Tony DeAndrea did the earlier plan, he found a great area for the septic, but also a fairly wooded area there. And we don't want to be cutting down trees if there's an open field that we can put the septic system in, but that's actually on lot 3. So
Great.
What we are proposing and would propose as part of this application to adjust the lot lines to allow for that to occur so that it's on the same parcel. In terms of lots 1 and 4, lot 1 being on the west and lot 4 being on the east where the grist mill is, other than the riding trails, there's really nothing proposed for those, and we would be looking to provide for some type of conservation easement that covers either a portion or all of those properties. So that's something that we are seriously looking at, rather than just merging it to one 75-acre parcel. So I think that's the approach we're going to be taking. in this
Great. Thank you very much.
application.
Mr. Hegney, if you would if at some point, but as you're preparing your actual application, if you would consider discussing with staff the pros and cons of the merger. We were seeing the merger as a protection yesterday, so that was why we were interested in it. But if you review that with staff and you come to a decision that it'll work either way, I think the commission is open to that. Any other commissioner have any comments?
No.
Dave, no? Okay, all right. Mr. Hegney, is there anything else you wanted to know from us about this?
I think we have the issues that you want us to focus on and elaborate on a bit more. And we'll put that together over the summer and get that to you in September so that we can move along with the application.
Yes, perfect. Okay. I think even before you consider doing a traffic study, Katie's suggestion that you lay out the number of events, you think about limiting the number of events, how many people would be allowed, et cetera, because that's really the key question.
And that's really the question that the traffic engineer is going to have for us.
Okay.
It's what's going on the site so I can determine how it impacts the surrounding road network. And if we don't tell them,
Okay.
it
right.
isn't very
Sounds
useful.
good. So we look forward to seeing you in September.
And we appreciate your time on this and believe that it's really an asset that we're bringing to the town.
I think there may be public comment on this one.
Okay, let's go ahead for public comment. I can't see the hand raises, so you'll have to tell me when we have public comment. Oh, I can. Nancy Duff, I see. Is that correct?
Yes.
Pat, you're going to have to bring her up. I can't do it.
Hi, Nancy. You can unmute yourself and you can speak
Okay.
for the record, please.
Wonderful. Can you hear me now?
We can?
Okay, well, great. I'm Nancy Duffy, and I'm a Vice President of the Round Hill Association. And I wanted to make the point, as Mr. Hegney said, that our board is well aware of this application, and we are strongly in favor of it. I wanted to let you know that for the record.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duffy. I really appreciate you letting us know that.
You're welcome.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Anybody else from the public? Pat?
I see no hands. If anyone would like to raise their hands for the 124 Old Mill discussion item, please do so now. If you're on the phone, it's *9. Okay.
Okie dokie. Great, thank you.
Great. Thanks,
Um,
everyone.
The next item on our agenda is the Burning Tree Country Club at 120 Perkins for a final site plan. And who would be representing Burning Tree?
Mr. Tessie is.
Okay, then, I get them confused. No, just kidding.
John's clearly the better looking one.
Thank you, Tom. I heard that.
It's on the record now.
And thank you. As you all know, I'm representing the Burning Tree Country Club in connection with the operation of a fan located close to Dunwoody and on what's called the number 14 green. There's actually been a fan circulating here for that particular green for I think over 25 years. The fan was a smaller fan located actually on a tree behind the green, dating myself. But almost 4 years ago, after the club spent a substantial amount of money rebuilding their greens, including the 14th green, it was recommended by the turf consultant that we have a strong enough fan at that location that will appropriately circulate the air. The basic problem with that location, because that's the only green that we have this issue on, is that it gets an extreme amount of sun during the summer months, and it is a box canyon. It has substantial trees on 3 sides. And what we also have on 3 sides are wetlands. So we can't remove the trees. Not that we would want to anyway.
No, of course.
So there have been complaints, obviously, which caused this ultimately to wind up before the commission. I'm sure you're thrilled about it. And we've had the health department out there actually a number of times. And
Since
you've
you're
seen the most
thrilled.
recent results. The health department deals with the noise ordinance.
Yeah. Are you willing to meet the noise ordinance?
Absolutely. We've always intended to. When they started the fan up, actually this season, as you start something up ordinarily for the first time, it was running a little louder. They've already ratcheted it down. We'll meet the standards during the day, and we'll meet the standards at night. We're actually not too far apart. I don't know if you all know this, but
Okay, now, Mr. Hegney, we understand that
Tessie.
you're gonna, I always do it.
I think I have my Groucho Marx outfit on. If you want
I
me
know,
if you want me to put it
but I
on
wouldn't
again.
be able to see you very well. So, Mr. Tessie, we understand that if, as far as we know, that the only outstanding issue on this application at this time is that you haven't been meeting the noise ordinance, that if you were to fully meet the noise ordinance, you are 70 feet from the closest southern property, 145 feet from the eastern property, and you meet all applicable setbacks. If you were meeting the noise ordinance, you would not have had complaints from the neighbors, and you would be all set.
Well, we
If
have
you
a
are willing-
okay, just to be clear, we meet the noise ordinance now and always had for the daytime utilization.
It's the
we're-
nighttime use that we're asking you to meet it for, Mr.
The
Hegney. We're aware that-
the nighttime requirement is 45 dB. The daytime requirement is 55. We're well below the 55, and actually we'll be able to make the 45 because we're already working on ratcheting it.
No, No, Mr. Hegney, no,
Tessie,
Mr. Hegney,
that's okay.
Mr. Tessie, the problem is I can't really see you, but your voice should be enough. Mr. Tessie, we don't want you to maybe be able to meet. We would like you to turn the fan off at night if you have any question in your mind.
Oh,
And
absolutely,
that's
absolutely.
only basis you turn
We
that
won't
puppy
run
off
that
at 10
fan
o'clock
at night until the health departments come out and certify that we meet the nighttime. Absolutely, that can be a condition.
All right, so you would be conditioned that you do not run the fan after 10 p.m., which is when the decibel level drops.
Unless we meet the decibel levels, yes.
Okay, so the health department has to sign off. That's really as
And
far as
what
we-
do you, well, what do you mean? How are you gonna, what does that mean unless you meet the decibel levels? Are you planning to baffle it or? what
Yeah,
kind
it can be, I talked to, he may or may not be on, it's Steve Wickstrom, who is our superintendent who actually installed the fan. We're also moving the fan farther away from Dunwoody as part of this application into a location that is almost 70 feet more into the property. But that would help. But the answer is yes, it can be calibrated down, he tells me. But we're not going to run it unless the health department comes out and certifies, and gets the readings showing how that fan is operating below that level. But right now, the last readings indicate that if that's the level we were to maintain it at, that we could not run it after 10 p.m. under the Greenwich noise ordinance.
Yes,
We're all
exactly.
in agreement conceptually.
So
Why
conceptually,
is it run at night?
Oh,
Sorry?
Mr. Lowe, your connection is poor. I'm sorry, the audio is not working well.
Well, the
And that's-
nighttime's interesting. First, just to give you an idea, sorry, breaking up, but just to give you an idea of what, because I just pulled this out and I've done it before, give you an idea of equivalence. At a 50 dB at the source, a 50 dB is the sound of a refrigerator humming. That's all it is. Okay, 45 is even below that. It's actually it's less than conversational speaking.
Mr. Tessie,
So
you have complaints from the neighbors.
yes,
So the deal is, it doesn't matter if it's a refrigerator or a person talking. It has been an intrusion on the neighborhood, so no running it after 10 p.m. unless the health department contacts staff and says that you can do it at a level that is significantly below the nighttime or something to that extent. But at this point,
that's below
it would-
nighttime.
Well, that it complies with the nighttime standard.
That's
that
what I'm
complies
saying.
with the
I
night.
agreed to that,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, full stop. Whatever it is at the property line, it doesn't really matter if people have complained. Does anybody else on the commission have any comments?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Mr. Tessie, what did you say at 55 decibels? 50 decibels is like a refrigerator?
Well, I pull this off the internet, so I don't know how accurate it is. That sounds about right to me.
What did it say? 50 was the sound of a refrigerator and 45 was the sound of,
No, I said I don't have 45. At 40, it's the sound of a computer, which I didn't even know made a sound. So I'm just giving you an idea, relatively speaking. Louder noises are when you get up to things like 70, where you get, which is the equivalent of a, these things are on a curve up. What do you call that?
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter because you've been annoying somebody. So there you go. You don't run it at night after 10 p.m. And if the health department tells us that something different that you can comply running it at 10 p.m. and still meet their standards, Katie would accept that. We would put that into the conditions that staff would be able to modify them based on something from the health department. Good with that?
What was that expression in some movie? I don't know. It's perfect, whatever that expression is. Yes.
That's as good as it
It
gets.
was something from A Few Good Men, but I can't remember it.
Oh, it's not as good as it gets. Anybody else on the commission have comments? Do we have any public comment on this application?
Oh, yes, sorry, Madam Chair, we do. We have, excuse me, a few hands here.
Okey-dokey.
Reinhardt Coaster. Hello, Reinhardt?
Oh, Mr. Coster, you're back. I think we're gonna have to put him on the Planning and Zoning Commission. He's coming to a lot of our meetings.
Mr.
Reinhardt,
Coaster?
try the other one, Pat.
Sorry,
Mr.
can you?
The nine-
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, let me just mute the, okay, so the technical difficulties of the Wi-Fi being out. So Madam Chair, I'm Reinhard Kirster. I've been a resident of Dunwoody Place for over 13 years. I have to tell you, this fan that existed prior to 2016 never ran to my knowledge or observations, which is why there was never any issue regarding it. And I would like Mr. Tessie to say that this fan actually prior to 2016 never ran, as opposed to making a vague reference to it. So in 2016, this was established. I'll take less than 2 minutes for this statement, Madam Chair. I'll
Yes,
take
sir.
part of that to thank the Planning and Zoning Department for repeatedly listening to our concerns and zoning tree to change the application to the repositioning of the fan. We've had this fan and I've tried to work with the club to no avail. It has run at 70-degree weather, which if you look at the literature is unnecessary. I have an email from the club of September 1st, 2018, when it ran at 66 degree to 76 degree high, admitting that it should not have run. It has consistently run in 70 degree weather, which is unnecessary. I will also point out that this fan has not, contrary to Mr. Tessie's assortment, met the Department of Health numbers. If you look at the report that is part of the filing, you will see that at 14 Dunwoody Place, a measurement was taken of this fan at 55, not even on the property line with Burning Tree, but on the other side of the street, probably more than 20 feet away from the proper measurement, which would have been on the side of the street which meets with the boundary line. So this is 90 feet away with a measurement of 55 to 57. I will also point out that the specifications of the fan that were given and part of the record show that this fan, very important, according to its specification in new conditions, will have a decibel reading of 60 to 67 decibels at 50 feet. 70 decibels, for the record here, is equal to the sound of a freeway 50 feet away. And this is 60 to 67 into the product specification. We would like to, I would like to make two requests quickly. First, for an in-depth assessment to establish the need of the fan. The statement by Turf Green that has been made part of the record is not dated, does not mention any recent examination of the 14th green. Where are the complaints by the members of the golf course saying that the green is not in good shape? I spoke to a member of the golf course today who says the green is in great shape. And here's the point, even though it has not run all year, this year they have not run it, and presumably because of the application. According to an article published by the United States Golf Association, there are 10 ways to mitigate summer stress on putting greens. Have these been considered? We have a unique opportunity. The fan has not run for a year. Could we please get the town to hire an independent turf expert to establish that the health of the green, at this point, after it hasn't run all year and we're in August, that the health of the green is at risk? Lastly, in terms of a clarification, can we get the Department of Health to please clarify that the noise level reading it took on July 29th labeled street was taken on the line between the fan at Burning Tree Golf Course and the street, and not on the street itself or on the other side of the street as it was done in 2000, which was the long location, even though even at that point it exceeded.
So,
Thank you.
Sir, of the things that you're asking for, the only item that we can really act on is your last request. We can go to the health department and we can make sure that the measurement is done correctly, that it meets the regulations. I think you already know from other times you've been at P&Z, we enforce the regulations and they have to obey the town ordinance. We can't tell them that they're not allowed to have something that they want just because it's not completely necessary. That would be a violation of their rights. So all we can do is keep it within the rules and not disturbing the neighbors. And that's what we're going to do for you. If you wanted to put a swimming pool in your neighbor hated swimming pools, he would say, well, prove that Mr. Koster needs a swimming pool. Well, that wouldn't be fair to you. And that's the same kind of thing. As long as you don't bother anyone and it's within the rules, then you get to do it. But if these guys break the rules, we have them on notice that we take away their approval. Okay? That's all we can do for
I
you
think there
under
needs
the
to
law.
be a cost-benefit analysis.
No, I'm sorry, sir, but we can't do that for you. We're not allowed to. I'm just telling you straight, we can't violate their right to what they do. So all we can do is make sure it's within the rules, and we're going to do everything in our power to do that on the behalf of the neighbors. Okay? We'll do everything we can to help you, but within the law is what I'm saying to you. Okay? I think he's
Okay,
gone.
and then please make sure that they actually take a reading on the border
Yes,
of,
sir.
and not on the other
Yes,
side
sir.
of the street.
Our job is just to enforce the town ordinances and to enforce the town regulations. But within that, we'll do everything in our power to respect and protect the neighbors. Okay? There's another person who wants to speak, Patrick. Thank you, Mr. Koster. Oh, hello, Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Leroux, you're muted still.
Sorry, Mr. Hegney would like to speak.
Mr. Hegney would like to speak. That's just really not fair to me.
Now we're going to really make it confusing for you, Margarita. Tom Hegney, and I represent Amy Brown, who owns 3 Dunwoody Lane. And
that's right. We're nice to Mr. Tessie because you were about to go after him, right?
Wait, he already knows this. This fan would then be located based on an approval here, 70 feet away from my client's property line. And this is a 750-pound, 5-foot diameter fan that is a large piece of equipment. When you're looking at these, as you have with other recreational activities in residential zones recently, you're looking at what the impact of the neighborhood is, and you're taking your Solomon-esque approach to how this impacts the neighborhood and what the needs of the property owner, in this case, the country club are. We're hopefully past the hot, muggy portion of the season. My suggestion would be that we look for other solutions to the issues that Burning Tree is having on this particular green, take some other approaches that might be successful. Is this the right size fan? Is there a smaller fan that could accomplish it, or a series of fans that are smaller that could accomplish the same thing so that they're able to maintain their green properly, but that it doesn't have a negative impact on the adjoining property, specifically my client, who will be the closest one to where this fan would be located. So we would ask you to ask the applicant to seek another solution that would be less detrimental to the neighborhood than this particular fan would be.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else from the public?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. We have somebody on the phone. Last four digits, 5805. It's a 917 area code. I'm going to promote you, and you'll be able to speak to the commission.
Please identify yourselves. Okie dokie.
Hello?
They may have gone away.
Yeah, sorry, but I think
Okay.
they might have fallen off the line before they took the opportunity here. Okay, anyone else have a comment for the commission?
Does anybody, anybody on the commission have any comments?
I did want to just make a couple of points.
Yes, sir.
Tom is referring to, Tom's client is located to the south of the fan. The fan right now, where it's located, is closer to the street, just because of the angle of the property line. As we move the fan back about to 70 feet, we get slightly closer to their house, something probably about 5 feet. There's still a substantial difference. But we can leave the fan where it is today, which is where the measurements are coming from. We can ratchet it down a bit and not relocate it. We thought we were doing the neighborhood a favor because wind generally runs from the south or the southwest to north. So we didn't think that this only heard about this today. We didn't think that this particular neighbor would have any issue. Certainly can't see the fan. There's deep vegetation between the properties. But if the commission wants, we can simply move the fan, which will save us money, talking about cost benefit. We can leave it where it is, which means it's not closer than it is today to Mr. Hegney's client. And we can obviously only operate it if we have compliance. So I just wanted to point that out, but it's a question of how many people do you satisfy? We thought by moving it back, we're going to better adjust the issue of noise going to the north and the east of our property, because that's the way the wind's blowing. That's the way the fan is blowing out. So I don't know how you can't satisfy everybody. We're trying to be good neighbors.
Yes, you can satisfy everybody with regard to the decibel level. You have to.
That's what I mean. I'm talking about just perception from people. We are absolutely going to comply. I think it's better. We're better to move it to the new location for the overall community. And I think that's where we should move it and take the readings from there for compliance. I think that's the smart way. So I think the way it should be handled is that we get a permit and a zoning permit to move the fan, but we don't get a CO to use the fan until the DB ratings confirm compliance. If we don't meet night, we don't run it at night. If we meet day, we run it at day. And that's the way it should be done, which means we need total health department compliance before a CO to run it.
You got it. So, all right. Mr. Hegney, we would probably ask you in a decision, we would probably ask the club to explore any other options to minimizing disturbance, any other feasible options to minimizing disturbance.
There are no options. I think your points were well taken.
Okay,
we have a duty to comply. We've gone through different options for that green. Yes, I didn't mean to make a vague reference. There was another fan, and I witnessed it being operated, but it was a smaller fan. I readily admit that. This is a larger fan because that fan didn't do the job. We also had to spend a lot of money before we replaced that fan. We meaning the club. So at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is be respectful, be within the ordinances. We always, our manager always try, our superintendent always tried to be responsive to Mr. Coulter to the degree he could. But this is a necessity for us, and there's a substantial investment in
Well,
that.
it seems like you were running it at night, Mr. Custer's.
The night, here's the interesting point. If we
So,
running
Mr.
it at
Mr.
night, just to make the
Tessie?
point.
Mr.
At
Tessie?
night-
Yes, I know, but you interrupted me and we don't,
Oh, no,
we're trying.
Well,
really
I didn't
hard.
mean to. I just want to
Okay,
make
so
something
you
clear.
were running at night and Mr. Kester's recording is apparently at 68 dBH at the property line. So you need to address this. So does anybody else on the commission have any comments? No. Okay. So I think, Mr. Tessie, we're all set. I know you wanted to make one last point. Do you want to do that?
Oh, no, simply the point is that the truth of the matter is the issue is really during the day more than deep at night because people are sleeping. I think his complaints was his disturbance, but I'm not trying to have a tit for tat on that subject. All I'm saying is that I have no problem not running the fan unless at any time, unless the time we run it is certified to you by the health department to confirm that we are in compliance with the noise ordinances. Just what we said at the beginning.
Great.
That's only fair and right, and I agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Tessie.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so commissioners, do you want to close this item? We don't have to decide it until September. We could close it now.
Well, one of the things, it's up to you. I would suggest you do decide it for the better, because we've got the fan there. We've already been told by the health department that we're in compliance with its operation. It's operating, it's operable, it's needed now. This is the prime time, all due respect to Tom, we all know the hottest time around here is August. And we can't afford not to run it. So it's in everybody's benefit for us to get it, move it back, and have it certified before we run it, because if not, we're in a position where we'd have to run it anyway to protect the green, and I'd rather move it back.
You wouldn't run it anyway because you're in violation of the town ordinances, so you would not be able to
No, we're not.
run it.
We run it consistent with the health department confirmation that we are. We're not going to run it unless they confirm. I'm just saying we don't have the right to move it unless you give us the right, and I think you're all better off telling us to move it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's up to you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, what do you want to do?
We can close if you want.
Okay,
Because this is not a special permit, I think you would have to decide this one.
excuse me, there is no such, this is only a site plan.
Right. So I'm saying there's not a must close. You have to.
You would just not decide it.
You have to leave it open
Okay.
in order to not decide it.
Okay, so the question is, are you guys willing to close and decide then?
Is that Peter Lowe trying to speak? Who is that?
Mr. Lowe, if you turn off your video and just try with audio, maybe that'll work. Save bandwidth. Are you speaking now?
Can people hear?
No.
Turn
off your Peter. Turn off your video and see if we can hear you better.
Okay. Can you hear me now? No.
There.
Yes.
I was speaking.
Yeah, that's better.
Never mind.
No, Peter, we can hear you.
Peter? Oh.
Tried that already.
Okay.
Can anybody hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Whatever we're doing, whatever we do with this, can't we just do it and condition it? No?
Yes, he's saying take action
Okay.
and.
So can this decision or non-decision be conditioned on the health department's?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Peter Lowe.
Okay.
Peter Lowe, are you on your phone or on an iPad?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So hopefully, so Victoria, Dave, what do you want to do?
I think it should be closed and decided.
Done deal.
I think it should be closed and decided.
Done deal. Okay, Nick, can you go for it?
Yes, here we go.
You just need to
PLPZ.
decide the
Yeah.
location of the fan. Do you have notes? I know you didn't have
I-
internet
yeah,
access.
No, I have my notes now, or I have notes for
Okay,
this.
great. Okay, great.
PLPZ 2020-206 final site plan. Install turf fan located at the 14th green of Burning Tree Country Club, 120 Perkins Road, RA4 zone. The applicant can move the fan to its alternate location. The health department will be called out to run sound readings on the fan for both daytime and nighttime to verify that it's actually in compliance with town ordinance for decibel levels. If the decibel levels are okay by the health department and to report it back to staff. I think actually the only thing we was in question was if it's going to be run after 10 p.m. or not.
I would say that it not be allowed to run after 10 p.m. Without
at
the
all?
agreement at all until there is staff sign off.
Which I think I think that's what I heard Mr. McRae say, is that you would not allow them to operate the fan unless they complied with the noise ordinance first.
Yes, exactly.
Correct.
It's health
Correct.
department sign off, not
Right.
staff.
Right,
Okay.
health staff, yeah.
Yes, but it's health and staff together, right?
The health report back to the staff. Staff says it's okay,
And-
or health department says it's okay. Staff says it's okay, then they can actually put it into action.
And I believe Mr. Hegney suggested that prior to CO.
Yeah, I mean, there would have to be progress to install the fans and so that they can be run at location. So there would have to be the understanding that they're going to run it at least once to get the reading and go to, and then turn it off, and then they won't be able to operate it at normal times without that certification.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Did I hear a second? I'm sorry.
Do I have a second? And please say your name.
Victoria Goss seconds.
All in favor? And please say your name as you vote.
Aye, McRae.
Aye, Hardman.
Hardman? Lowe?
Aye.
And Albin is an aye. And with that, we move.
Goss is an aye.
Okay, got you. Okay, that's 5-0. And with that, we can move to the next application, which is Rita and Merle Baker.
thank you and good evening.
For our next application, it's Rita and Merle Baker for a scenic road designation to establish the Binney Park Loop. Before we start that, Peter Lowe, if you can hear me, if there's a way you can turn off your audio so that it isn't, and then switch it to a phone call. And the phone call seems to have a better sound. I don't know if that'll work for you. That's what I'm doing right now. I keep losing my vid though. I've just lost it again. Okay, is the applicant ready on the scenic road designation?
Yes, Madam Chair, they're here. Rita, if you can unmute yourself.
I think I did it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Patrick has a presentation that we're going to put up for you to show our research into the various municipalities. Patrick has that up.
Yeah, bear with me 1 second.
Uh-huh. While we're waiting, I have to say a special thanks to Katie and to Patrick. I'm a retired German teacher from Greenwich High School, not a lawyer. And Katie and Patrick have just been incredibly patient in answering all our questions and really have held our hands, and I really, really appreciate that. So thanks to all of the commissioners and also Patrick and Katie for their special patience with us.
Thank you for saying that. We're indeed lucky to have both of them.
Absolutely.
Sorry, it's taking a bit of time right now. I think the internet is not liking us at home here either.
Well, let me start before he gets it up until I get to our slides of the information we found. I just want to introduce Candace Garthwaite, first of all, who's going to speak on behalf of the Eastern Greenwich Preservation Association, and she will be with me. So hopefully we have Candace up as well. I don't see Candace yet, Patrick.
Sorry, let me, again, I apologize.
So, Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Baker, while we're here, what are your thoughts? We did look at the other town regulations that you had previously sent. Have you had a chance to review the Beta Group report?
Yes, we do. We have, Mrs. Alden, and we have a lengthy presentation on refuting many of the conclusions that they came up with.
Great. Okay, so we should just be patient. I know you
Yes, please.
sent in a final. I have not been able to open it as I am completely without power.
Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead then if you don't mind.
Are you ready? Is it up?
Go ahead,
Yep.
read it. Thank you.
It's up. Okay. So again, I'd like to introduce Candace Garthwaite, who's going to be speaking on behalf of the Eastern Greenwich Preservation Association. So I don't know if Candace.
Yes, I'm here. Good
Okay.
evening. And yes, I will be speaking on my own behalf and on behalf of the Eastern Greenwich Preservation Association. And good evening to all of you. And I know you're making heroic efforts to be in this meeting this evening. And thank you to staff and all who are on the webinar. And I will pick up the presentation after Rita.
Okay, if you could move to the next slide, please, Patrick. There we go. So we're not going to repeat our points from the June 30th meeting. By the way, I don't think I'm being, you have my visual and I'm not quite sure, or you don't have my picture up here, but that's okay. That's all right. So we're not going to repeat our points from the June 30th meeting. I believe we all agree that this is a road which offers an extraordinarily beautiful as well as historic landscape, which is unique in the town of Greenwich. The proposal has overwhelming neighborhood and community support, and it aligns with the tenets of the Greenwich Municipal Code and the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development. In asking for the scenic road designation, we're asking you to help preserve this cherished section of town by allowing the public to review any changes to the road beyond routine maintenance before they become a reality that can't be changed, as in the fiasco in Bruce Park. This evening, we will only address areas for which you requested more information or explanation, and we will address the flawed conclusions of the DPW and Beta reports. Next. Next. The first issue from the June meeting arose from differing interpretations of the language in the Greenwich Municipal Code, which says that a portion of a highway must be at least 1/2 mile in length to be designated a scenic road. Clearly, if the designated scenic road is a portion of a single road, then that portion must be 1/2 mile in length. But in our case, we have 3 roads making up a loop around Binney Pond. Its length is 6/10 of a mile of continuous pavement. Our proposal meets the intent of the statute as it is interpreted by towns around the state and by the state itself, and we will show you our research proving this. Next. First of all, we researched scenic road ordinances in all 169 municipalities in Connecticut to see if there were any other examples of scenic roads with a minimum length requirement. Of these 169 municipalities, 153 had their municipal codes or town ordinances online. Of these 153 towns, only 51 had an ordinance for designating a scenic road. Next, please. So what did we find out? What we really found out was that there was tremendous variation among the different Connecticut towns emphasized in their municipal codes. Of the 51 municipalities with a scenic road ordinance, only 14 have a minimum length requirement. Of these 14, 8, including Greenwich, specified a minimum length of 1/2 mile. The others have variations on the theme, from Bloomfield and Granby, requiring a minimum length of 2,500 feet, but can be less if the commission finds that, quote, the road segment contains unique scenic features, to Coventry, which specifies a minimum length of 500 feet. No town specified a minimum length greater than 5/10 of a mile. We then dug into the websites of the 8 towns which specify the 1/2 mile minimum length to see if there were any loops or roads of more than one segment. Only Wilton and New Milford even list their scenic roads online and give no specific information on their length or composition. Next, please. So how about state scenic roads? Even though these are state roads, they are still proposed by local residents or community organizations of the town in which they are located. And the goals are the same: to preserve and protect scenic and historic streetscapes for future generations. A state scenic road, however, must have a minimum length of 1 mile, but there is no requirement for length in the statute for local scenic road designation. Next. So looking for a precedent from the state that could be applied to our situation in Old Greenwich, we then researched the list of Connecticut state scenic roads to see if these were all single roads of a minimum length of 1 mile, or if there were any that were made up of more than one road segment, and if any of those segments themselves were less than 1 mile in length, a situation similar to our proposal for a scenic road loop with segments less than a 1/2 mile minimum. 10 state scenic roads with segments less than 1 mile each, but with a total over the minimum 1 mile length. The first is a scenic road in Canton, Connecticut, which is made up of a segment of Route 179 and a segment of Route 565. The first segment is only 3/10 of a mile in length, and the second 7/10 of a mile. The next is a scenic road in Roxbury, Connecticut, with a segment of Route 67 of 8/10 of a mile, combined with a segment of Route 317 of only 4/10 of a mile. Next, please. In this slide, you see 4 additional Connecticut state scenic roads of 2 segments each of continuous pavement, but different road names, whose segments are less than the minimum length, but whose total length is more. The interpretation of its own statute is clear. A scenic road must be at least a total of 1 mile in length, but the road may be made up of continuous segments of less than 1 mile in length. Next slide, please. At the June 30th meeting, you asked us, where is there precedent to combine different roads into a loop? We found one such precedent, the Lake Warramog Scenic Loop. The scenic loop around lovely Lake Warramog is made up of several segments, as you can see here, as is our Binney Park Loop. One of the segments is only a half mile in length, but the total of the segments is over the minimum 1 mile. Next. To wrap up this issue, let's be clear. Our research of 153 municipalities in Connecticut shows that absolutely nothing in state or local law or precedent requires a scenic road to be a single road. Scenic roads may be made up of segments of continuous roadway, which taken together must meet the minimum total length requirement. Even though the state legislation has no length requirement for a local scenic road, Greenwich Municipal Code says the length must be a half mile. The Binney Park Loop, as you can see in this photograph, is made up of 3 segments of roadway, each less than 5/10 of a mile in length, but the entire loop is 6/10 of a mile of continuous roadway. According to the precedents we have shown you, this clearly meets the intent of the statute. Next, please. No matter if the scenic road statute comes from the state or a local municipality, the goal is the same: to preserve and protect for future generations a scenic and historic streetscape that is valued and cherished by the communities and located. The State Scenic Road Commission and the local planning and zoning commissions have interpreted the statutes or ordinances to reflect this common goal. Understand that a scenic road designation applies only to the roadway itself, and you ask us what good this will do us. But imagine a 100-foot diameter rotary and a 2.5-foot road raise right in front of the historic Perrott Library. Is that not enough to destroy the scenic and historic streetscape, our entrance into the village of Old Greenwich? That would have happened if not for your commission's wise decision. Now there's another project on Sound Beach Avenue with another road raise and a bridge replacement. We were promised at the BET a virtual public hearing, but got a PowerPoint presentation instead with no dialogue with us. At the scenic road designation, a public meeting would be a requirement. That's all we want, and only a scenic road designation would give us that. Next, please. The issue of the intensive traffic. On Friday, we received the latest DPW traffic counts and the beta report, and still see no concise and quantifiable definition of intensive. They make generalizations about Sound Beach Avenue as a whole, rather than focusing on our 1/4 mile segment, and nowhere do they present the average traffic on the loop itself, which is required in Greenwich's municipal code. Candace will go into more specific discussion about this in a moment. Again, we reiterate that the term intensive is a subjective term. Intensive traffic conjures up images of a congested Route 1 or of pre-pandemic Greenwich Avenue, flanked on both sides by commercial development with barely moving traffic. The Sound Beach Avenue portion of our scenic loop is a busy street, but one where the traffic flows freely and there is no congestion. Towns around the state have dealt with the definition of intensive in their municipal codes. Next, please. We return to the state statutes and the 51 Connecticut municipalities with a scenic road ordinance, looking for either a quantitative or qualitative definition of the word intensive. In the Connecticut statutes for designing a scenic road, traffic, intensive or otherwise, is not mentioned, so we did not go back to any state scenic roads. In those 51 scenic road ordinances, here's what we found. Fairfield, Somers, and Shelton make no mention of trawl, intensive or otherwise. Cotton and Tolland say specifically, roads designated collector or roads designated collector or local streets are eligible for scenic road designation. Sound Beach Avenue is designed a collector, and Wescombe Wood and Arch Street are designated local streets. Bethany and Woodbridge give a qualitative definition of intensive as having a high level of congestion, resulting in unreasonable delays for vehicular traffic. Our portion of Sound Beach Avenue does not have a high level of congestion nor unreasonable delays. Traffic in our segment of Sound Beach Avenue would clearly not be considered intensive according to these definitions. And again, it bears repeating. The Sound Beach Avenue segment of our scenic loop is less than half of the total proposed scenic loop. The traffic of the entire loop, including Wescombe Wood and Arch, is far less. Next, please. In the category of other interesting and relevant findings from our perusal of local scenic road ordinances, we find the following interesting. The 51 municipalities with scenic road ordinances have the presence of historic buildings or structures as one of the criteria for scenic road status. We certainly have that on the Binney Park Loop, in the Perrott Library, and the First Congregational Church and Cemetery. They were built on the main roads of the time because those were the only roads that existed in the 17th century. Today, those roads naturally have vehicular traffic. That does not mean the historic streetscape should no longer be preserved. Next. The majority of the 51 municipalities we studied required a proposed scenic road to meet one of 6 criteria which come from the state enabling statute. Ridgefield and Monroe require 3 of the 6 to be met. So Greenwich only requires our scenic loop proposal to meet 1 of the 6 criteria. I would like to point out that we actually meet 4. So I've shown you many variations and interpretations of the scenic road legislation and how individual municipalities have created their own guidelines. So in conclusion, before Candace gets into the report, I remind you of the Greenwich Municipal Code, section 11-9, in which the Planning and Zoning Commission, not the Department of Public Works, nor a paid traffic consultant, is given the authority to grant the scenic road status. It is in your purview to interpret the ordinance, create guidelines for our town, and apply the language in the code appropriately for the diverse communities in Greenwich. POCD has encouraged the designation of more scenic roads, and ours is the first scenic road application in 20 years. I'd like to now return to Candace Garthwaite, who will address the conclusions of the DPW and Beta reports. Candace?
Thank you, Rita. Before addressing the Beta report, I wish to begin with 5 points of clarification after listening in on Monday's P&Z briefing. First, as Rita pointed out, our goal for this application is and always has been to codify protection of the roadway loop and its right-of-way. It has nothing to do with development of the land or changes to the park. 2, a historic district designation does not protect the roadway. The majority of abutting homes are not historic, and neighbors do not want the restrictions of a historic district designation. 3, when significant changes to the roadway are proposed, we are asking for the transparent and balanced process of review that is clearly spelled out in the town code. This process includes planning and zoning, the Commissioner of Public Works, and the public. 4, the Town Code in Article 3, Section 11-13 lists standards for alterations and improvements on designated scenic roads that strike a balance between public safety and the scenic character of the road. And number 5, there is no MI for these types of roadway changes, and the RTM is not involved. So all of the reasons above are why we're before you for this application and this designation. So now on to the beta report, and I will also discuss the Department of Public Works traffic counts that we received last week. Despite the 10-page beta report, intensive traffic remains an undefined term. We dispute this report, and we dispute the 6 factors from which beta has drawn an ambiguous conclusion, where they state the vehicular traffic along Sound Beach Avenue could be reasonably thought of as intensive. Beta used outdated data and referenced manuals to make generalizations about Sound Beach Avenue in this location. I will now address each of the 6 factors in the report. Next slide. This is chart 1. So factor number 1, average daily traffic volumes. Beta presented 6-year-old vehicle per day, or VPD, data for Sound Beach Avenue, southeast of Lockwood, and used this number of 14,700 vehicles for comparative purposes in their report. This VPD number of 14,700 vehicles is 26% greater than the Department of Public Works count of 10,867 vehicles taken in 2018 on Sound Beach from Arch Street to the Circle. We assume this is the same location as southeast of Lockwood Road. And this 14,700 number is 11% greater than DPW's 2020 count of 13,034 taken at an undefined Sound Beach Avenue location. Second factor, roadway function classification. Beta used this old data number, this 14,700 per day number, to compare Sound Beach Avenue to other roads in Greenwich. Their claim is that Sound Beach Avenue's volume is greater than most principal and minor arterial roads. If we use the DPW 2018 number of 10,867, the comparison changes significantly, placing Sound Beach Avenue at this location off the comparative list with these arterial roads. This is on page 2 of the report. The report continues under factor 2 to compare Sound Beach Avenue traffic to the 5 primarily backcountry scenic roads. This is inappropriate and out of sync with the 2019 POCD that encourages more scenic roads across town. We challenge you to name a more deserving roadway. The reality is that Greenwich comprises lovely, leafy, elegant residential neighborhoods and 5 scenic roads therein. And Greenwich is a mix of a downtown and villages that are vibrant, lovely, historic, scenic, and worthy of protection as well. Nowhere in the Scenic Road Ordinance, Article 3, does it say that a scenic road must be rural or a local road. Next slide. It should be slide 18. Before we go on to the remaining list of factors, I want to remind you, as did Rita, that this recent POCD recommends more scenic roads as a means to protect our historic and scenic assets and our sense of place. The plan's first guiding principle, garnered from countless public meetings, reads, preserve our community character and sense of place. Objective 1.2b, in support of this principle, recommends revising and expanding Article 3 scenic roads to encourage designation of more scenic roads throughout town. We take that objective to mean that not only backcountry type roads are deemed worthy of a scenic road designation. On to factor 3 in the beta report, emergency services. Yes, we do have a fire station in Old Greenwich, and it is located in the village and is not located on this segment of the loop. Factor 4, bus routing. Yes, we do have a bus that runs only a couple times a day, as service was cut back a couple of years ago. There is no bus stop on this section of the scenic loop. Next slide, please. Factor 5, capacity and level of service. In this section, Beta states that Sound Beach Avenue does not quite fit the description of either the urban street facility type or the 2-lane highway facility type. Yet after making this observation, Beta goes ahead using an outdated volume number to compare Sound Beach Avenue to categories of roads that it does not fit and that have speed limits up to 45 miles per hour. This segment of Sound Beach has a speed limit of 25. It appears that Beta did not make a site visit to the loop segment and are extrapolating from their manuals. Sound Beach Avenue is a diverse roadway, and we are not asking for a designation for all of Sound Beach. It is this quarter-mile section on the north and east side of Binney Park that residents want designated so as to protect our historic and scenic heritage. Next slide. Factor 6, existing land use and roadway network. Beta, without physical proof, states that traffic on Sound Beach Avenue is not smoothly free flowing. They assume and generalize that since other collector roads are by nature not free flowing, then this must be the case with Sound Beach Avenue. Again, I remind you, we have not included sections of Sound Beach with commercial development or fairly dense housing in our application. We disagree that the traffic is not free flowing. 1, 5, 10, 40-year lifetime residents who live, drive, run, and walk in the area will testify this is not the case. Our volunteers spent hours counting vehicles at peak times. They will also tell you this is not the case. Even at peak times with cars turning and merging, the traffic flows as we have testified before. Yes, at peak times, Sound Beach Avenue is busy with flow, but it is not congested. Patrick, please show the 28-second video taken on the loop section of Sound Beach that was shot by Leslie Yeager of the Greenwich Free Press in December 2019. we may not have the video. I'm not sure if he's muted. Patrick, you're muted.
I'm just trying to get it to show up on your screen. It's working with me. I just have
Okay.
to broadcast it. Bear with me.
Okay.
So, Ms. Garthwaite, your point here on the beta report is that they've made an assumption that because of the traffic flow that Sound Beach has, that it operates at level of service E or level of service D, which I would say, fortunately, DPW doesn't give us that data. I would say that I don't think I have ever seen it operating at an E or a D. I'm trying to remember what the wait times are. Nick, can you look up what the wait time is at level of service E and D, the wait time at a light? Because you've got, or
Okay.
any of that have
And
internet.
We
I
aim
think-
to have a level of service of C across the town. That's
Yes,
the
we
goal.
do. In fact, yes, the goal. Good for you guys. You see, you guys are all on this now. You're going to have to come on P&Z as well. We're going to have. So, yes. So I think E is a 2-minute wait, but I could be way off. Okay, go ahead. I think you're ready, Patrick. It's a really pretty picture. But nothing's moving. Is it just me?
Yeah, do you see the bus just went by and a car just went by? It's winter.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It's morning. You saw the bus.
Yep.
Thank you, Patrick. What we do know about this quarter-mile section of Sound Beach Avenue is that the traffic flows and that it's scenic. It passes by important historic buildings, streams, stone walls, bridges, a pond, a park, a graveyard, and it is loved. It soothes and calms us every time we re-enter this lovely loop. We dispute the 6 factors used by Beta to draw their conclusions, and we dispute their conclusion. We remain without a cohesive, clear, quantifiable definition of intensive as it applies to this application. If statutory terms are not defined, then they must be interpreted by the ordinary meaning of the words. Oxford Dictionary defines intensive as concentrated. Merriam-Webster defines intensive as extreme, highly concentrated. Bethany and Woodbridge in their scenic road ordinances define intensive as having a high level of congestion, resulting in unreasonable delays. This is not the case on this section of roadway. Next slide. There we are, right there, you're on it. Average. The scenic road application required us to submit a measurement of average traffic, supporting the position that the highway or portion therein is free of intensive vehicular traffic. And of course, we've just gone over that it's not defined. We are the only ones who gave you an accurate count of average vehicles on the loop. Our group of volunteers counted peak hour traffic simultaneously in 4 different locations on the proposed loop. We did these counts numerous times to confirm our data. We chose to count vehicles at peak times for 2 reasons. These are the busiest and most relevant times of the day, and we did not have equipment for a 24-hour count. We counted simultaneously so as to not overcount vehicles on the loop. We presented to you an average of 417 vehicles on the loop at peak hours, or 7 cars per minute. Last Thursday, we received a Department of Public Works memorandum listing traffic numbers for individual streets of Sound Beach Avenue, Westcombe Wood Road, and Arch Street. This is an application for a scenic loop. The numbers in the DPW memorandum are not accurate and overcount cars on the Binney Loop. Traffic counting equipment double counted vehicles on Westcombe Wood Road and Arch Street. 60% of the vehicles on Westcombe Wood have turned right off of Sound Beach and have already been counted. 17.6 vehicles turn right onto Arch from Westcombe Wood and have already been counted. Lastly, 44% of the vehicles from Arch turn right onto Sound Beach Avenue and have been counted on Sound Beach. We derived those percentages from our manual counts. Next slide. Let me just walk you through those numbers. 60% of the vehicles on Westcombe Wood Road turn off of Sound Beach. Therefore, the average daily Westcombe Road traffic reported by DPW of 2,195 has to be reduced to 878. DPW shows, shows Arch Street to have 1,180 average daily vehicles, when 17.6 of those cars turn right off of Westcombe Wood. Correcting for the double counting brings that number to 972. That is shown in the footnote. And 44% of Arch Street vehicles turn right onto Sound Beach, where they've been counted, reducing the Arch Street total to 544. To find the total average traffic on the loop, we added the 3 adjusted numbers for a total of 14,456, and that's a 24-hour number, and then divided by 3 for the average daily traffic on the loop. That number is 4,819. This compares to 201 cars per hour or 3.3 cars per minute. Next slide. Let's take a breath. Haven't we spent enough time already, enough energy and tax dollars diving into minutia and looking at traffic manuals for our answers? Let's get out of the weeds and focus on the big picture. We understand that as commissioners, you must interpret and apply statutes and regulations. And you are charged with producing a 10-year plan of conservation and development. That plan gives hope to countless residents who feel responsible for protecting our scenic and historic assets. It is you, the commission, and the town planner who presented this POCD with its first guiding principle, to preserve community character. And Article 3 of the code gives commissioners the authority to designate scenic roads. We recognize that there's language in the code that's undefined or just not applicable, like file with the town clerk. Let's not get hung up. Let's focus on our core values. Why not protect a road that actually matters to a large group of people? This entry into the oldest part of Greenwich and the route to Greenwich Point Park is beloved by the entire town. If you truly want to implement your 2019 POCD, then give us a leg up to protect our community character and our sense of place. Now back to Rita.
I found my video. In summary, we've given you the information you requested based on our research of 153 local municipal codes and the state legislation. We have cited several precedents for a scenic loop and for a scenic road with segments less than the minimum length, but these are segments of continuous roadway which add up to the requisite length. We feel these precedents exemplify the intent of the statute and show that our Binney Park Loop qualifies the length criterion. We have given you examples of how other Connecticut municipalities define the ubiquitous intensive traffic in their municipal codes. They specifically say collector roads are eligible for scenic road status, and they define intensive as having a high level of congestion, causing unreasonable delays. According to these definitions, the traffic on our segment of Sound Beach Avenue would not be considered intensive. And now back to the Beta report. We all have a tendency to jump to the conclusion, to leaf through the pages to get to the bottom line. Here, Beta concludes that the traffic on our segment of Sound Beach Avenue, I quote, could reasonably be thought of as intensive, end quote. We wring our hands and say, well, that's that, we're done. But we are really not done. When we, the residents who actually live here, read the report, we saw major flaws and incorrect assumptions that, if corrected, would dramatically change the conclusion. First of all, as Candace said, DPW gave Beta 5 of their own traffic counts from Sound Beach Avenue. Beta chose to use an even higher number from their design manual, which was 6 years old, in computing their data. Had they used the lowest DPW number from 2 years ago, their count would have been over 3,000 fewer cars. This would have put Sound Beach Avenue traffic less than all of the arterial roads cited. We wouldn't have even received an honorable mention for an urban street. Secondly, another flaw in the Beta report, and this is a crucial one, is that it makes sweeping generalizations about Sound Beach Avenue as a whole, but never examines nor opines on the specific 1/4 mile segment we have included in our scenic loop. Sound Beach Avenue is 1.8 miles long with very diverse features. There are sections of residential development north of the Parrot and again south of the village. There is the village itself with its stores and restaurants, and yes, traffic congestion. Beta draws their conclusions based on manuals, not on actual observation. They compare Sound Beach Avenue to other collector roads and conclude, and please listen carefully to this language. They conclude, I quote, as the nature of traffic flow on a collector type roadway, traffic flow on Sound Beach Avenue is not smoothly free flowing. Rather, as drivers turn into and out of numerous local side streets and driveways in the corridor, friction results and localized areas of delay are created, end quote. Once again, they cite characteristics of collector roads in general and impute these characteristics to our small segment of Sound Beach Avenue without data or observation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have lived on our proposed segment of scenic road for 35 years. I'm looking at it right now. I could have given you the requested traffic information for free. This section of the roadway does not have numerous side streets. It has 3, Ladden's Rock and Harding Roads and Forest Avenue. There are not numerous driveways. In fact, there are only 3, mine, the Parrot entrance, and the First Church exit. For this reason, the traffic here is free flowing, as you saw in our video. Our 1/4 mile segment of Sound Beach Avenue is different from the rest. It passes a library, a park, a church, a cemetery, and 2 houses. The generalizations made about a 1.8 mile length of total roadway do not apply to us, and Beta never acknowledges that. They base their conclusions from, I quote, the vicinity of the proposed segments, end quote. I base my conclusions from living on the proposed segments. Our main argument with the Beta report and this is the out you were searching for on Monday, is that Beta does not measure the average traffic on the loop as required by our municipal code and focus solely on all of Sound Beach Avenue, not on our particular distinctive quarter-mile segment. We provided you with this average traffic count on the loop in June, and Candace reviewed it again this evening. This information could only be discerned by on-site volunteers who could count manually and simultaneously the cars on the loop itself without double counting them as they move from Sound Beach to Westcombe Wood to Arch and back to Sound Beach. We stand by our data, which shows that the average traffic on the loop, even with the busy Sound Beach Avenue segment, is far lower than all of the arterial roads, both principal and minor, and half their collector road study. It boils down to you, the Planning and Zoning Commission, to decide the meaning of intensive traffic in this unique context of a scenic loop. Keeping in mind your responsibility to preserve and protect the scenic and historic site of Greenwich, we ask you to consider when making your decision what the residents are telling you from their own experience living here, not the flawed and inaccurate information of an out-of-town traffic consultant. Designating the Binney Park Loop a scenic road is the right thing to do for Greenwich. Next slide, please. Patrick. One more. One more, Patrick, you're a little behind me. There we go. This scenic and historic streetscape, which forms our proposed Binney Park Loop, is a treasure, a unique and cherished section of the town of Greenwich, of which we, the residents, are the caretakers. We have nothing to lose, but a lot to gain by giving our scenic loop this special designation. We are asking you to include the public in shared dialogue with Planning and Zoning and the Department of Public Works to balance preservation and safety. You would be giving the people who live here, who pay taxes here, who walk the sidewalks and push their strollers in the park, who drive this loop day in and day out, a seat at the table when proposed changes are discussed. On the other hand, without this scenic road designation, the very people to whom this area matters the most are cut out of any discussion of its future and therefore have everything. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, could I just mention something? I meant to
Yes,
say
please.
this in the beginning of your presentation, Ms. Baker, because now you're actually concluding with it. Just for the record, if Bruce Park had a scenic road designation, just for the sake of argument, what you're seeing on the right-hand side is the pedestrian bridge at Bruce Park. That no local regulation whatsoever would have an impact on what happened at Bruce Park. So I want to make that very clear. That had to do with the settlement agreement with Eversource. Eversource said on the record when they were before Planning and Zoning that they had every intention of coming through with the municipal improvement. All of it was not true. They had no intention of that because it's the siting council who has total control. So I think your presentation was excellent, but I do want to say that this part of it is not accurate. That it is.
That was not my point. My point was.
What is the point then? I'm sorry.
Sorry?
What is the point then? I'm missing the connection
To
then.
show you that this is what one can get when the public is not involved, whether it be with Eversource or with Department of Public Works. If the public is not involved, you can get a bridge like that. You can get the Berlin Wall down at the Old Greenwich Station when the public is not involved. But when the public is involved, with something that means so much to us, then you get opinion, you get feedback, you get all sorts of good things to make a reasonable decision for the people who live here.
And in that case, I will say that's a very good point. And a
Yes,
good
ma'am.
example, because we had there wasn't a lot of discussion on what you see on the right. So,
Done.
and certainly not with the public. So I see your point now. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, folks? Commissioners?
I just, think this was an excellent, very persuasive presentation. So I just want to compliment the presenters. And I think the point about the POCD is extremely important.
Anybody else?
I would just like to make a comment on that. When we're looking to interpret the Connecticut General Statute, the word intensive is ambiguous. And in Sablatnik's letter of 8/4, the attorney said she had researched and found no legislative history on the matter. And the interpretation is left to us to determine what intensive is. And I think we're looking at the beta report and also the applicant's traffic report. And I feel that the applicant has effectively refuted the beta report. And the second matter for the length of the second issue is the length of the road that must be at least a half a mile. And if you look at the intent of that ordinance, that section 11.9, it says that the intent is to the intent is to protect our scenic roads, and the intent is to protect the scenic roads, and that if you have three sections creating one loop, that enforces the intent of the municipal ordinance. And if the intent's for scenic road, I don't know that the drafters of this municipal ordinance would really care whether it's one stretch of, whether the road has the same name or whether it's a loop or not. It's just some ideas I had in interpreting these the municipal ordinance and the Connecticut statute in light of the fact that we don't have a lot of interpretation of legislative history to help us here.
Mr. McRae, Mr. Lowe?
Nick, you want to go? Can you hear me?
Yes, I think we should, if we can, we move on to public comment if there's any.
Well, I
Okay,
still
and
have,
then come back to you guys. There are 8 people who have their hand raised. Mr. Lowe, do you want to say something?
I would like to ask a question of Katie. Can you hear me, Katie? Okay. I just want to, I'd like to clarify that this application is indeed in compliance with the town charter, particularly that section 99 that I mentioned during the briefing.
Well, section 99 is for municipal improvement, so that's not what's on the table before you now. What the applicant is coming in under is a different section of the charter, the scenic road. I think are you asking whether a future improvement such as the traffic circle would come in under section 99? Is that what you're asking?
No, I should have phrased it better. We're talking about what level of protection it would provide perhaps under that section 99.
Yeah, so section 99 refers to when a municipal improvement is required, and I think it's the first line. I think it's A, section 99 A, which says that something along the lines of a major redesign of a street. would require municipal improvement. Now, that is a relative term. We have gone back and forth with this over the years. There was a big discussion way back about the Sherwood Road Bridge as an example. And I think in the end it was decided that that did not require a municipal improvement. Bridges such as the Bailiwick Bridge that was recently done did not require a municipal improvement. Major reworkings of a roadway, big intersection changes, things along those lines, road relocation, things like that would require a municipal improvement. So it's very hard to say what some future plan might be without obviously seeing the plan and being able to make a determination. The traffic circle did come in for a municipal improvement, if you recall, and that was what was referred to in the presentation. So part of that was because there was a changing of open space lands, which that triggers a municipal improvement also. So it's like I said, it's hard to say without seeing something on a plan whether or not it would rise to that occasion of being a major redesign, therefore necessitating a municipal improvement.
May I pop in for 1 second? Would it be possible to have Mr. Camillo speak because he has to go to another meeting?
Yes, of course.
If the commission's wrapping up, we can do that. I was.
Yeah, Madam Chair said yeah.
Of course, we welcome Mr. Camillo always. Have you found him, Pat?
I have. Mr. First Selectman, all you need to do is unmute yourself. Fred? Hello?
I think he did. No worries. I think he's calling in. Are you able to unmute him, Pat?
He's on the call twice here. Oh, here's Fred. Fred, we can see your video, but I can't hear you.
There we go. How about now?
If you're listening to us on another device, you just need to turn that off.
Okay. Any luck with Mr. Camillo?
He seems to have hung up.
Okay, well, we have 11 other hands raised. This is a good time, and then if the first selectman comes back in, we could go back to him.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure, Patrick. Fred's on my phone, but
we've done this before. You can put your phone against, how did you do that, Katie, when you had someone that we couldn't hear? It was the night we had DeAndrea.
Yeah, it's
Katie?
exactly that. We would just unmute yourself and Fred should talk. If you put the phone on speaker, Fred will be able to broadcast as long as it's close enough.
Okay, on speaker. You're on speaker, Fred.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, but talk loud.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I really apologize. I'm on a different computer here. I'm not at the office right now. I just wanted to say that when this came before the Board of Selectmen several months.
Candace, somebody muted Candace, please. Candace. There you go.
Fred, start back at where it went before the Board of Selectmen. That's where we lost you.
When this came before the Board of Selectmen months ago, I was supportive of it, but I did understand some of the concerns by people who are not so supportive of it. But I still today support it, and also in a much stronger way because of, as Rita Baker said, what happened in Bruce Park. I think having citizen overview is critical, especially when we look at some of our most beautiful assets here in town. Bruce Park, Binney Park, Byron Park. No disrespect to anybody that, whether it's a utility or a department, but it's never a bad thing to have another layer of overview on this, because we've spent all this time for decades and decades to protect these beautiful natural assets. And to see them, unfortunately, things go up that may not be met with such approval. And once they're up, they're up. So that's why I think this is a very good designation. And I fully support it. And thank you for your time and consideration. And I apologize for the echo.
Does anybody know what Mr. Camillo said?
Yes, I mean, we heard him.
I couldn't, I got terrible feedback. I couldn't hear him.
It was incredible.
Okay. Basically, he was saying it went before the Board of Selectmen. He was supportive of it at that time, and he's supportive of it now. Is that what everybody else heard?
I did.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Also, more oversight is better.
All right.
Next is, Madam Chair, is John Cooper. Mr. Cooper, please unmute yourself and you can begin to speak.
Thank you, Patrick. Ms. Albin and the commission members. July 29th, 1968, my entire family got off the New England Thruway, made a couple of right-hand turns, and went on to Sound Beach Avenue on our way to our new home on Lighthouse Lane in Old Greenwich. And as we came down the hill to the Parrot and looked to the right, we were stunned. What is this place? It's miraculous. It's amazing. It's fantastic. It's some kind of wonderland. 52 years later, whenever I go into Old Greenwich via Sound Beach, I feel the same way. Over the past 30 years plus, I've had the opportunity to observe and at sometimes interact with this body. And when you are faced with developers or even private citizens trying to abuse zoning rules for gain, I understand. But that is not the circumstance here. In this case, the petitioners, neighborhood associations, preservation groups, and individuals from all across town have come together because they know there's one way they can possibly give long-term protection to the town's beloved roadway. And this, that it circles Binney Park. This is all they're trying to do. Please don't misunderstand their motives. Their passionate hope is that Binney be spared the desecration that Bruce Park, just across town, recently experienced, for whatever reason, citing council or not. The town of Greenwich statutes originated from state statutes that should not be ignored. The state defers to this body to determine certain things on its own. Therefore, your traffic report isn't relevant because it does not establish a numeric equivalence. And I think we know that, but there is no numeric equivalence for the word intensive. It is only an opinion. Please reject it. Part of your job is to respond when asked by local residents of Greenwich, how do we preserve and protect this important historic area? Even your own POCD recommends adding additional scenic roads. This is what the public wants. You have within your power, the ability to do this. Please just do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Who's the next speaker, Pat?
Mr. Meskers.
Wow.
Hey, you sandwiched in between some cool people there. Hello, Mr. Meskers.
Hello, Margarita. How are you doing? Madam Commissioner, I guess, or Madam Chairwoman or Chairman.
Whatever. It's good to see you.
Exactly. Same here. Look, I want to thank you for spending so much time on this particular issue. I had spoken with Fred at length about the issue. I think we've issued a letter, a joint letter, but it was unclear at the moment in time, and I sent pretty much a letter to the same effect, asking you to grant the scenic road designation. You know, I am one of the longer serving members of the RTM for District 6 in Old Greenwich. I've been here, I think, on the RTM for 18 years. And now I am the representative up in the State House for the entire shoreline for Greenwich, for about a third of the town. I've canvassed at least 700-800 people in Old Greenwich. And the topic, when it comes up, is asking about the scenic road and about protection. And the fallback is, at some level, some criticism of the railroad station in Old Greenwich. And of course, then there's a reference as well to the bridge in Bruce Park. I think the unifying concern is that you're getting asked by the community, and I'm being asked by the community I represent, to be involved in the process. So it's not don't build, don't change, don't alter the characteristics of what we love, but we want a level of involvement, and we're asking for your approval to grant it that scenic road designation so that we will be involved in that decision-making process. I sat back after getting elected and joined up on a review of the Old Greenwich train station. Most of it had been negotiated away from me, even in my membership in the RTM. Most of the details, whether they were simple or profound, were beyond the scope because the plan was 5 or 6 years in the making. And in those 5 or 6 years, I don't think one of those fundamental discussions was had with the RTM in Old Greenwich District 6. So I would just urge you that I think what you're being asked by the public is give us a chance to have a say in how we proceed with any future development. Not that we're universally opposed, but we want to be part of the process and the dialogue. We don't want it to be developed away from us. As we saw when we got to the roundabout and the rejection from the RTM, we want to be involved from day one in the discussions for alterations to the landscape, not because we refuse them, but because we care about them and we want to maximize the protection. So I just urge you to vote in favor of the designation for a scenic road.
And as an RTM member, are you guys left? And I'm going to turn to you. You are still on the RTM.
I still sit in the RTM in Old Greenwich.
Yep. So you, as an RTM member, and Ms. Garthwaite is also on the RTM, you were comfortable with leaving the intensity of the traffic decision to the commission, correct?
Well, I guess what happened was the decision and the definition of what is scenic. Absolutely. In other words, would we argue that issue? I think the traffic issue becomes a secondary issue in quite sincerity. It's the nature of the scope of the development that concerns us and our involvement there. So, you know, I've lived here for 25 years, and the traffic issue, it seems an arbitrary definer on a scenic road. I think the scenic road qualifications, I mean, the Merritt Parkway is a scenic road. It just happens to be within the conscripts of our charter that we decide we put in heavy traffic. But if you think about it, there are unique places in town where, to my mind, the traffic is not the singular defining characteristic. It's the beauty that you're trying to preserve. And I think you'd see that universally in the RTM. And since you mentioned that, I would say that one of our concerns as we sat in the RTM in District 6 was the original proposal on the roundabout and the roof and the roadways, et cetera. Subsequent to that, we have not had any dialogue about alternative proposals. We haven't had an open conversation, and it's not meant as an attack, but this is why we want the scenic road designation, because we want to be involved in the process of developing our community in a way that makes us all proud and happy. And,
Katie,
and that hasn't happened.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meskers. I thought Katie would like to comment on that.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
I wanted to just comment on the RTM proceedings. And what had happened was there was a good argument made and a very important argument made that the issue of intensive traffic is one for the commission to determine, not one for the RTM, not one for the Board of Selectmen. And the vote by the RTM was to say, yes, this should proceed. Whether we like it or don't like it is not relevant. It was about the ownership issue and signing off onto it. The commission should determine per the charter what is intensive or not.
No, I would agree. I was referring more, sorry, I apologize. Katie, I was referring more to District 6 per se than speaking on behalf of the RTM.
Oh, no. I totally understood. I just wanted to
Totally
get that.
understand. Yeah.
Okay.
And as far as we know, I thought Katie could comment on this as well, that the DPW is not planning to go ahead with any of this at this time. Any of the original proposal. Patrick, I'm sorry, Mr. Meskers, I think I interrupted you. Did you have any more comments?
No, I really, other than I deep appreciation, having sat through now more meetings than I care to on P&Z, I have to really salute the effort that you, and the amount of civic involvement. I thought RTM was a sacrifice, and now as state rep, I guess I've got two, but this job, my hat's off. I congratulate you for all the effort.
Thank you. Well, we've been very impressed with the public involvement with everybody who's been involved on this application. It's been a huge amount of engagement, and thank you for coming to speak.
No, it was my pleasure. Thank you.
The next person, I believe, is it Lucy Krasner, Patrick?
It is, Madam Chair.
Hello, good evening.
Krasner. Hello, Ms. Krasner. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Just interesting picking up after Steve Meskers. I'm on the RTM also and have been so for 42 years. And that's just an aside, but I am speaking personally as a 47-year resident of Riverside. And I use this area every single day, no matter what season we're in. As Steve so nicely said, traffic and the flow of it is really irrelevant to the beauty. You're unaware of the traffic, and I speak to the beauty, and I urge you to move forward, and I won't be long-winded to approve this scenic designation, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Margot, maybe?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Margot?
It's always that they've gotten lost in cyberspace.
The POCD explicitly calls for the designation of more scenic roads throughout the town, Right now, we have 5 scenic roads, 4 above the Merritt, 1 just below. If we want scenic roads throughout the town, we have to acknowledge that because of density, many roads below and just above the Post Road have more traffic than, say, Bering Hill Road. The Sound Beach Avenue section of the loop, less than half the total length of the loop, does during some hours of the day get a fair amount of traffic because it's a main route to the train, shops in the village, the school, and at the end, the beach. I regularly take Forest Avenue to Sound Beach Avenue, And even at the busiest times, I never have to wait long at the stop sign. The traffic always flows. The town charter provides no definition so it's for you, P&Z commissioners, to decide what constitutes intensive traffic. Like pornography, you know it when you see it. I myself don't see intensive traffic here. But this application, if this application is denied because of traffic, that will be a blow to the goal of designating more scenic roads throughout the town. It will also be a blow to the very idea of scenic roads. It will say that a road in a bustling community, by definition, cannot be scenic, that scenic roads are to be found only in sparsely settled backcountry areas and our fantasies of idyllic retreat. In the process, scenic road designation will have been reduced to mere preciousness. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Pat, who's next?
Monica. Oh, or I guess Monica left the room. Apologize.
Yeah, that could have been Mrs. Meskers. Maybe not. Go ahead.
We'll go back to, it's a phone number, last four digits, 8462, area code 914.
Ooh.
Hello? Yes.
Hello, it's Liz Peldunis.
Hello, Liz.
I won't ask if you can hear me. I'll just assume that you can. I am without internet tonight, so I feel like I'm flying a little bit blind here, but it does give me the opportunity to test the phone aspect of Zoom, and it's not as great as the computer, but it will work. I'm speaking on behalf of myself this evening, even though one of the streets that we're talking about in the scenic loop is a Riverside street. So I could put on my Riverside Association hat, but I'm not going to do that. The point I'd like to make tonight is that this scenic loop is really one of our crown jewels in Greenwich. And approving the scenic loop application allows us to protect the asset in perpetuity, and it establishes an efficient decision-making process for future significant improvements to the road itself. I'd like to continue with the crown analogy. Unlike most crown jewels, they're stored in a vault. This one is used every day by many people for many purposes and for special occasions. And I think you've heard tonight that it's very well loved. The gemstones around this setting, the First Congregational Church, the Perrott Library, and Binney Park itself are enhanced by the road because we have an opportunity to experience them that way. If the road were a medal and this were truly a crown, I would say that we're talking about a piece of platinum or gold that encircles Binney Park. So settings, whether they're rings or crowns that are used every day, can fall into disrepair or they need to be fixed. And I would imagine we have a repair that needs to happen now. And I think that we need to have the scenic loop in place so that we can make a repair that honors the history of the place. It could even improve the specialness of the place if the person who is figuring out how to make the repair, and if it were a crown, it would be some master craftsman. The master craftsman would probably consult the owner and say, here's how I can fix this setting for your jewels. I can slap some solder on there and put some titanium next to your gold or platinum and it'll work. But that's not what this crown is about. This crown is about the setting for those beautiful gemstones. I think also that we have an opportunity with the scenic designation to make our process about deciding on those improvements more efficient because the public is involved from the very get-go. And I would argue that the bridge at Sound Beach Avenue would have been replaced a couple of years ago if the public had been involved from the very beginning on its design, understanding the roadway's impact, the size of the proposed rotary, et cetera. And we would have said, that really doesn't honor the setting in our gemstones. Can you come back and put forth something that does a better job of that? And I think the iterative process, even though town government may be afraid of that, could actually be faster than having somebody go away to design something that then when it's brought out for public review, the public says, I don't like it, it's not going to work. So I think there are solutions that make the setting beautiful, keep the setting beautiful, but allow fire trucks to pass, allow cars to more safely navigate the rotary. And I think that we can very efficiently come to some design decisions about that with public involvement, and that can happen with the scenic loop designation. So I encourage you to go ahead and approve it. I think it's the right thing to do for the east side of town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peldunas, as ever, for all your participation. Pat, who's our next speaker?
Ineste, CG Ineste. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to promote you and you have to give your name.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
CGINSTE.
Someone was just, oh, there we go. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello?
We can
There's
hear
nobody
you.
there.
We can hear you.
No, I think it's Margarita talking.
Oh.
But I'm glad. It's always good to
Okay,
know.
Rosanna Nissen will be next. Rosanna.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Rosanna Nissen. I have lived in Old Greenwich since 1996, and I've listened with great interest to this evening's presentation. And I want to thank the board for listening to the presentation, which I thought was incredibly compelling. And I really just want to say that it strikes me that it meets the 4 criteria to meet the designation as a scenic road, and I hope that you will make the decision to grant that designation so that we can continue to enjoy that part of Old Greenwich as we live here and as we travel through it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Craig Amundsen.
Hello, Mr. Amundsen.
Okay, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, I'm going to be real brief with this. I've heard a lot of the same people talking about the same things. I've not heard anybody really addressing what this scenic road designation is really designed for. And that is, it is designed to slow down the project to repair and replace the bridge in front of Parrott Library. That bridge must be repaired. It must be rebuilt. It is deteriorating to the point where weight restrictions are a real possibility that could prevent fire trucks from going over that roadway. I am an RTM member for District 12 in North Mianus, And as has been pointed out by some of the proponents, that, oh, you live on the other side of the post road, which is apparently a reason why they think I oppose this. No, I think that this whole concept of the scenic road is actually a good one. I think it is being misapplied here. And I would also say that in order for the commissioners to vote in favor of this tonight, they must be to a point where they are allowing themselves to ignore the Greenwich Municipal Code. This project does not, this designation does not comply with the requirements. The requirements of the municipal code say that in a situation like the Binney Loop, one leg of that loop must be at least 1/2 a mile. None of the three satisfy that. The three combined come to 0.6 of a mile. So if you ignore it, okay, then I guess you can approve it. If you ignore the fact that of the other scenic roadways in the town, the highest level of traffic would be on Burying Hill Road, which comes in at 793 vehicles per day. This, regardless if you approve of what Beta said, that this is a 14,000 vehicle per day roadway, let's say it's a 10,000. That's still a huge increase over what the maximum is on the other scenic roads at 793. The argument seems to be that, oh, the people that wrote the municipal code, they really didn't mean this to apply this way. Well, if they didn't, then the municipal code should have been changed. And I would beg that if the commissioners feel it in their power to ignore the municipal code, then at the very least, go ahead, but make this approval subject to no delay happening on the rebuild of the bridge underneath where Cider Mill Creek goes. That bridge needs to be repaired. It is 100% being paid for by a state program at $5 million. So it's not an issue of money that the RTM would be concerned with. Let's get this project done, and let's not use things like scenic road designations to try and throw kinks into progress that are, and repair of roads that are absolutely necessary. Thank you, and that's my position for the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Amundson. Patrick, do we have anybody else?
We do. We have a few more. Gunnar Klintberg.
Okay, folks, just if you've told us something before or you sent us an email, please don't repeat it because we do have all the record of everything people have said. Just, okay, thank you.
So, okay, just short. I am all for the scenic road. I have lived here for 37 years in Old Greenwich. My only concern is that with the rotary, or it's not a rotary today, I don't know what it is, but at one point in time, we have to deal with that issue. And I just want to make sure we have the right to put this together something reasonable there, a real rotary, not big one, that can accommodate the traffic. And I hope this process will not make that more difficult. That's all.
Thank you very much, sir.
Monica.
If you can't hear Monica, this is Candace. She sent me a text. Should we try to have her come on, or otherwise I could read it?
Can you hear me?
We can hear her.
Oh, great. Okay, so sorry. Anyway, hi, I'm Monica Prihoda. I'm a 27-year resident of Old Greenwich, and I'm a second-term RTM member. I will not repeat all the statements that I've heard by Mr. Meskers and other people who are proponents of this proposal, but I will say the residents that I've spoken with are all in favor of. I've only spoken to Old Greenwich, maybe a few elsewhere in Greenwich, but mainly Old Greenwich people who are very concerned about keeping the beauty. I mean, that and the beach are two treasures in Old Greenwich, and that is the reason why my family, or actually when we bought the house and raised a family here, that was what attracted us to buy a house in Greenwich, plus the schools, etc. So I would just say, please, I want to say thank you to everybody for listening to us, for all the people like Candace and Rita and everybody else who volunteered to work on this project. Please listen to the residents, and you have the authority and power to approve a scenic road designation, and I urge you to please do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
2 more speakers, Madam Chair. Ann Sawyer.
You know, it's the Zoom trouble because now I have the option to.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can,
Yes,
Ann. Go ahead.
Thank you so
go
much.
ahead.
I will be very brief. I guess I just really want to ask the question, if not this scenic loop road, then what? I mean, it seems to meet every criteria by an overwhelming amount. It's certainly scenic by every measure. It's within your purview to designate it as a scenic road. It meets the intent of the statute, and it supports the plan of conservation and development. And I'm frustrated over the length of time given to the traffic statistics, when the really important statistic here to be considered is the overwhelming public support. I've never seen anything like this. I moved to Old Greenwich 32 years ago. And I think that support is a measure of how important it is to all of us here. So the other last point I want to make is I think that any road surrounding a body of water would likely have different sections to it. So I don't understand the focus on that. And I certainly ask you to support this scenic road designation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Todd, is that
Last speaker is Philip Dotson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Dodson. You were one of the people who saw my beautiful sign last night.
Thank you. I have a couple of quick comments. First of all, I think it was unfair to not have this presentation put online so that it could have been examined and studied beforehand, which makes it difficult to comment on.
Well, what we'll do, that's an excellent comment, and what we'll probably
No, it was online, Madam Chair. It was on the agenda. If you looked at the agenda, it said staff report and then applicant's presentation, so it was online.
But it changed.
I did that, and that was the original. That was the first presentation because I clicked on that.
Right.
Yeah, it changed, Katie. It changed.
Right.
I saw, but anyway, Mr. Dodson, what we will probably do, because I also have not had, I'm agreeing with you, because I saw the email that said it was the final, but I was not able, because I don't have power, to see the final myself. And I also would like to go through it again.
I have a few comments, though, I'd like to make.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. And again, this is really off the top of my head, just from seeing this the first time. First of all, Beta is an independent, recognized, accredited traffic consultant. And I think it's wrong to just accept on the say-so of the proponents here. They're asking you to just totally ignore this. And one of the items I just happened to notice was, first of all, they have no experience or accreditation as far as in traffic studies. I give them an A for effort for the time and effort that they put in on this, but I'm trying to think what I was going to say here. Oh, the one point that really struck me was they took the $14,000 traffic count, and to meet their needs, they said, okay, we divide it by 3 to get the average traffic count. I mean, if nothing else, this is creative math, either at its best or worst, depending on how you look at it. The other thing is, as Craig, a fellow RTM member of mine, mentioned, as far as the legal issues on this, at the RTM committee meetings, Attorney Wetmore raised legal issues about conflicts with state statute as far as the traffic volume. So the idea that you could just totally ignore this, I think you should get a legal opinion from one of our town attorneys on this. And also another quick comment is a lot of this is based on the premise that, oh, we want a seat at the table and be able to be in on this on the ground floor of projects. Well, it was my understanding that planning and zoning is instituting a pre-application process, which is supposed to address this, which means the scenic designation is not necessary, and it's really not the proper use of this. So I don't know, will you be taking a vote tonight or not?
I'll have to poll the commission and see what they need to, what they would want us to do. We always reach a consensus.
Okay, but if it's not tonight, then I think the commission certainly needs to further look at the, a lot of what was put in the presentation is, they took a lot of creative license. And I would certainly like to look at it a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodson.
Madam Chair, there's 2 more hands popped up in the last minute.
But are those people who have already spoken because it's
They
our
are
practice?
not.
Okay, go ahead.
Next will be Judith Gordon and then Will Morrison.
Hi, folks. If you could just don't repeat what other people have said because you're coming in at the end.
Judith, go ahead. Judith?
Oh.
Judith, are you there? Judith, we're gonna mute you, and then if you can fix your audio, come back. Will Morrison, please.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to address this panel, and I want to thank you for your services and also for the incredible volunteer time that went into this. The proposers have undoubtedly done so much work here. And as a 27-year resident of Old Greenwich, and also having been raised in Riverside, I've seen the park be a source of pleasure and so over the years. So I think, notions that the traffic is unimportant or stilted or any of these kinds of things, really take into account the fundamental quality of trying to preserve this. There's no current mechanism to successfully preserve it today without this proposal and the scenic designation. And so I urge the panel to vote in favor of this designation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris.
Judith Gordon. Judith, can you test your audio? Unmute yourself. There you go, Judith. We can see you. Oh, your video worked. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you. We can hear you.
I really didn't intend to speak, but I would like to say, as a resident of Westonwood Road, looking right out at Binney Park now, at the very small amount of traffic going along Westonwood Road, as well as Sound Beach Avenue, the number of people enjoying the park, the number of people running along the scenic roadway. We are fully in support of this project. And I think we're splitting hairs over some of the details that have been beautifully laid out by both Rita and Candace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so that's it for the public speaker?
That is it. It is.
Okay, Mr. Macra, you were reserving your comments for when the public was finished speaking?
So the RTM has sent this over for us for the specific definition of or intensive traffic. But I'd like to start with, you know, the applicant has done a lot of wonderful research into other municipalities and what they do. I think one of the most important things for us to understand is that actually we have our own municipal code, and that's the municipal code that we need to follow. I don't believe that what the other municipalities do is relevant here. It's our municipal code, and that's what we need to adhere to. With the road length issue, to me, it's 3 separate road lengths. And so basically, it should be 3 separate applications for a scenic road. But what I find interesting is actually just in the definitions under the standards, a portion of a highway must be at least 1/2 mile in length to be designated a scenic road. The cumulative here is 0.6, but not each one of these is 1/2 mile. So I don't believe it really meets that standard. When it comes down to the traffic counts, we're talking about Beta and DPW, that in the commission relies on Beta for our traffic consulting. And to disregard what they're saying, then to me is, do I need to disregard what they're saying about other, you know, developments, other applications where we've asked them to opine on things? They are the experts. That's why we have them as consultants. There was a discussion about the Beta conclusion, but it doesn't apply to our section of Sound Beach. But I would think, you know, how do you get to that section of Sound Beach Avenue? It's all connected, both top and bottom and the sections in the center. The traffic counts, actually, we're talking about the mathematics here. And just to use the numbers that were given here in testimony tonight, and going back to what we had said in previous meetings, we were looking for kind of a baseline, a 0 point. What are the numbers, the traffic counts, the average daily travel on the existing scenic roads? 793, as was testified before, on Bering Hill. Then using the applicant's actually average number is 4,819 vehicles per day on their loop. That's a significant difference to me. And if you're saying that even if it's the whole loop is 4,000, our existing scenic roads actually have much, much, much less travel with vehicles. I think also there's a significant misconception, actually, what's happening here. The scenic road designation doesn't protect anything outside the right-of-way. A private property owner who lives on a scenic road actually has the right to do whatever he wants or she wants inside the property line. It only defines what the right-of-way, you know, work to be done in the right-of-way. To take that to an extreme, if the town of Greenwich wanted to put up a chain link fence around Binney Park, you know, as a property owner, they could, because it's outside the right-of-way. And I think actually what we should be looking at in this situation is not a scenic road designation, but a different way of actually going to protect Binney Park and the properties that are around it. And I think actually taking a look at other options. We had suggested actually a while back, actually talking about looking at the charter itself and trying to edit the charter. We had suggested that. They even did other, you know, they did the research, which is something that actually, if we as P&Z Commission would want to go and actually amend the charter or amend text amendments in our own regulations, we would look at other municipalities. They've done the research already for that. So is it that situation where we need to have a change in the charter on scenic roads? Or maybe it's a change in the charter that, hold on, maybe it's a change in the charter that adds scenic vistas. Because I think that's what really everybody's here is it's the scenic vista of Binney Park that really everybody wants to protect.
Okay.
And it's the road can be changed. If the town of Greenwich needs to fix that road, they can. Yes, it will come to planning and zoning, but if that's the only thing that we're really doing here. And I would think maybe that's one of the options, is to have better dialogue with the Department of Public Works about projects. They do have a website. They do have all the information that of their upcoming projects there. Maybe it's a different dialogue to have with them, or a different dialogue to have with various departments in the town. So I think that's pretty much what I'm looking at here. I think if we're talking about what we'd like to do tonight, I would like to close this, but I don't believe I can vote on it tonight.
Well, since we're still in the regular meeting, the same thing that happened to us with Burning Tree, if we close it, we have to vote on it. So we would leave it open.
Okay.
And that would allow us, I just wanted to clarify a point that you made, just for that, as we discussed yesterday, and I know you know this, but the state statute does have the traffic issue in it. So we would not be able to take that out of the town charter. But I know you're
yeah, I understand. I understand. I completely understand. But I think it's that issue. It's our charter. Our charter says specific things. And looking at our charter, maybe it's maybe it's a different text amendment to the charter that provides for scenic views, vistas, as a protection. Because I think actually we're protecting the road, the right of way. But in a sense, actually, we're really not, and we've learned this from previous experience in other applications. It doesn't protect what happens outside the right of way. And actually, it's interesting. According to the GIS map, Westcombe Wood Road's right of way does not go through the park. It stops at the last residential driveway, and although the asphalt goes through, it's just a park. There's no street.
You've raised that question about the GIS map before, and I guess you never got an answer to that, which is another reason to leave this open. Because I remember you have raised it at least twice. You raised it at the last public hearing as well. You asked that question, and I guess you have not gotten an answer from anybody on what happens to that right away.
Not really.
On the GIS. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. And I think actually all the parks are all the parks are pretty much like that. It's a piece of land, one contiguous piece of land that's got drives through it that you can ride through, but it's not a street.
Is that it, Mr. McRae?
Yes, we're good here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the commission have any comments? No. Okay,
Yeah, Margarita, this is Dave. I just go back to what I said earlier. While I had doubts, certainly in the briefing, and I think we've heard some good reasons for those doubts. Nick just covered those, as well as Mr. Amundson and Mr. Dotson. I think, though, on balance, I think this case is much stronger than I felt even yesterday. And I think that combined with the research, rather, in the convincing manner in which it was presented, along with the very strong link to the guidelines, the vision statements in the POCD are very important in making this decision.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Goss, Mr. Lowe?
I would like to just say that I think we're on, after reviewing the state statutes and the town ordinance, I think that that we are on firm legal footing if we were to decide we wanted to approve this application.
If you can hear me, I think we should leave this open. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly right now. That's great.
Excellent. That's all I had to say. I think we should leave it open.
So I think it sounds as if we're going to leave it open then. I would certainly like to review the presentation more closely. And I think that this question of the wording of the town charter relative to our decision needs to be weighed very carefully given the presentation we got and all the evidence in front of us. So I would like to give us time to do that. That we would leave it open, but I don't know, Katie, can we do this and just not take any more public comment? I think we've heard everything we're going to hear from the public at this point. Maybe
Yes,
not.
I mean, yeah, the
Mr. Dodson said I'm sorry, Mr. Dodson said he might want to have comments on the presentation. So, but let's leave it open. Let's think on it.
You could do
Dr.
what you did for the Clabbered Ridge and leave it open to written comment only. And, you know, to give yourself time to look at the presentation if you wanted to.
Great. Okay, so 3 of us want to leave it open. So let's go ahead and do that. We will leave that one open, and it is now 7:46 p.m.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, are you leaving it open, just plain leaving it open, or are you leaving it open with those restrictions?
I would like to restrict it. I think we have heard the oral public comment. If we could do it just in writing, I know at least one person might have comments on the presentation, that people could send us emails that we could review. That would be great. But I don't want to, I never want to restrict public comment, but I think we have heard the spectrum of positions.
Okay.
Is that agreeable to everybody? Is everybody happy with that?
I agree. I agree.
I agree.
Okie dokie.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
Candace, Mrs. Garth would like to
Yeah,
speak.
Ms. Garthwaite, you have your hand up?
Let's see if I'm unmuted. Yes, thank you. I just want to make a couple of points, if I may. I know we're taking a lot of time here, but I just want to really reiterate that our goal for this application is and always has been to codify protection of the roadway loop. And, whether you want to include the right of way, that's up to you with all that little detail there. But we are really looking for the protection of the roadway loop. And the town charter in section 11-13 lays out a very clear and transparent process, which includes, if there are changes to be made, they go to, significant changes which are defined. It goes to you, the Planning and Zoning Commission. You can ask for engineering reports, you can hold a public hearing, and you make a recommendation. That recommendation goes to the Commissioner of Public Works, who then reviews your recommendation and will make a final decision on these alterations or improvements to make sure that the safety of the public is taken into consideration. So I think it's just really important to make sure that everybody's reading that section of the code. The Commissioner of Public Works does have the final say if I'm reading it correctly. So I just really want to reiterate that. And, I really want to say, I can't help it. This is a community effort to protect the distinctive character of Old Greenwich and Riverside. Is it going to fail on the basis of an undefined term and traffic counts that we can't agree on? If this application, the first in 20 years, fails, what message does that convey? I just pointed out the town code strikes a balance between safety and preserving the character of the road. This is exactly what you state in the POCD's first guiding principle. Giving you the research and the language that other towns have added to their codes. You can add, you can't take away that word intensive, but you can add things to the code. Let's have language that helps us make decisions to align with what our local communities are looking for. You make the decision. Let's protect this beloved roadway. And let's show all of Greenwich that the language in the new POCD means something. Let's make the first guiding principle come alive and make it more than just words on paper. Give us the means to protect our community character and our sense of place. So let's just get it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garthwaite. Just to clarify, Mr. McRae's point was that although even when you create a scenic road, we're not doing enough to create vistas. I think that was one of one of the things he was trying to say. And it is a very important thought that regardless of what's done with this decision, with this application, we all as a community need to be thinking about how to protect our vistas. There are some standards in our regulations that do it, that address that, but maybe we need to increase the seriousness or the scope of them. Okay, so with that, I'd like to thank you guys for all the work you did and for all the members of the public who've taken the time to speak on this and who spoke with such passion on both sides of the issue. It's now 7:51 p.m. and I would suggest we take a break. Is 15 minutes enough? Too much?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think 15 minutes is good.
15 minutes it is. Okay. See you guys at whatever that is, 8:06.
See you then.
Thanks, Pat.
No problem, Mr. Hagney. I don't see Mr. Fenner in the crowd there. I don't know if he wants to raise his hand.
I'll give him a call so that he knows that we're about to start. Thanks.
Mr. Fenner, is that you? Alan? Alan Fenner, is that you on the Galaxy S10?
Patrick, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just checking. We're waiting for Margarita, I assume.
I think her audio is just linking back up.
That's fine. I just was checking. All systems go.
I missed it, but right before we took the break. Why did we take a break?
I thought it was just that we had spent 2 hours talking. I don't know. That was my impression.
Oh. So can I request a break in, another 3 hours when we're still here?
Hopefully we won't be here.
2 hours, yes. You can't. Yeah, we only stop every 2 hours on this road trip.
Well, actually, it was more like 2 hours, 51 minutes. But who's counting?
It's in your contract.
Actually, you know who's counting? It's when we're counting at 11 o'clock and we're still going, why are we still here looking at stuff? That's when we start counting.
It's in your control to not let that happen tonight.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Okay, I'm muting.
Thank goodness. What? No.
By the way, kudos to Andy. I'm in his office. We should have a meeting here. This is nice.
Are you socially distancing from the other people that aren't there?
Exactly. But again, my office is destroyed. Honest to God, there's nothing, no power, no internet, no anything, and the telephone poles that actually connect both sides of the street are both shattered.
Is Andy on a generator?
He's got downtown Greenwich has got power. So
Power, I never lost power. And I'm 2 blocks from where you are, Nick.
Yeah. Well, good for you. We're all jealous.
So I figured when we're done in 2 hours, I'm just gonna wander over to Greenwich Avenue and see what's open still.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Or who forgot to put their stuff in, which is the problem I heard.
I did send out an email to everybody asking them to get it all in, but.
Yeah, I saw the pictures this morning. It was not pretty.
Oh, what, at Greenwich Avenue?
Yeah.
Oh, Margarita's back. Is everybody back?
Well, she's still having audio issues, I believe.
Yeah, her audio's not coming through. I mean, I see her video right now, but.
You should come over to Eddie's office. The back door is open. It's all really nice here.
Don't give that address out.
Nick, you should know those office buildings, they turn off their AC at 8:30, just so you know.
Well, he's got a motion sensor on the lights. Every 5 minutes, I got to get up and wander around.
Margarita, your audio says it's connecting. It doesn't say it's connected. Oh, maybe now. Try now. It says you're still on the phone. Are you trying on the phone, or are you just trying it over the internet? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Margarita, if you can hear us, can you nod your head?
Oh, there you go. Oh, I think your
We heard that.
Your phone was off. That's all. We got it. We fixed it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, and so we move on with great celerity. our next application is Adam and Rachel Weltzman for a final coastal at 11 Eggleston Lane. And yeah, by the way, I could hear you guys, so if it happens again, I'll just wave and nod.
Yeah. Good.
Guys? Somebody talk to me.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So Mr. Hegney's up, I believe, right?
Yes, he is. Tommy, you have to unmute.
You need to unmute. Yep.
Great, how's that?
Better.
Good evening again, everyone. Madam Chair and members of the Commission, for the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicants, Rachel and Adam Weitzman. We were in front of you earlier in July, and there were two issues that you asked us to address. One was to retain arborist to examine the tree on the property. Second was to provide a buffer along the seawall on the south side of the property. We have hired Alan Fenner, who is a licensed arborist. His background is as a longtime director and current president of the Connecticut Tree Protective Association, which is made up mostly of licensed arborists in the state. Alan also is on the tree examining board for the state, and that's the panel that actually approves arborists once they've passed two other rigorous parts of.
So, Mr. Hegney, you were listening to our briefing on Monday. You know that we did all read that report very carefully and commented on it. And then we also discussed that the two open items were really just that and the buffer planting. We also discussed that at length. Would you be okay with us having a discussion? Am I turning it over to the commission right now to ask you questions?
Certainly. Mr. Fenner is on with us this evening and
okay.
is here to answer any questions you might have. I also want to point out that you had asked us to provide a revised landscape plan, which Mr. Kenny did, and he's on the call this evening as well. I should point out that the trees that we had proposed in the earlier plan were 2 and 2.5 inches in diameter. These are 5 to 6 inches in diameter now, and we've added a fourth tree to the plan as well, and provided the buffer that you very pointedly requested at the last meeting. Mr. Fenner's here to answer your questions, as are the rest of us.
Does anybody on the commission would like to make a comment on this at this time?
I would, if you can hear me, I would like to reiterate my suggestion that, who was the staff member on here, Katie? Was it Bianca?
Yes.
Bianca, okay.
Yeah, it was Bianca.
We try to get our tree warden to go get an opinion on this tree issue for us, if that were possible.
That can certainly be arranged.
Okay.
I'm suggesting we should do that. Okay, thank you.
Of course, I would add that this is a tree on private property in a private association, and the tree warden's charge and his position in the town is to deal with all public trees, not private trees.
I think the goal here would be to get a second opinion, and I'm not well versed in who would be the right person. I suggested the tree warden because he works for the town, but maybe others with more knowledge can weigh in.
Mr. Lowe, maybe would it just reviewing Mr. Fenner's report be sufficient?
Well, not to be smug, but sufficient for what? I've read his comments, I believe, and I'm just suggesting that perhaps before we make a decision, we just get a second opinion.
Okay.
If you all disagree, then we don't have to do it. You all should comment on this if you think it's a horrible idea.
Okay, comments. Okay, go ahead.
In reading Mr. Fenner's report, actually, it's very thorough, because I think we were actually very concerned about the root structure, the existing root structure that's out there, and the placement of the house, the foundations, whether actually moving the house or the foundations around actually would be any beneficial to actually to the saving the root structure. But what he gave us in the report shows that actually, no matter what, that tree is grown so big and has such a complex and large root structure. No matter what you do out there, it's going to compromise that ball, and it's going to get really close to the trunk, which I think actually would take out almost a quarter of the root ball. My biggest concern would be if we said, "Oh, keep the tree; it's in good condition." They build a foundation. We lose the tree in 2 years. It falls down, and it could fall out on the house. So I'm just wondering: are we trying to save the tree and have it fall down later, or are we saying maybe we should actually have this tree removed so they can do it, build this house without creating an unsafe issue?
Well, that's exactly would be the rationale that I believe we should have for getting a second opinion. I read that, I understood it, but again, I'll leave it up to the rest of you.
Okay. Anybody else?
It's been stated that it's the most magnificent tree in the neighborhood, and it's a concern to the neighbors. So I think it's just, I don't know what's entailed by getting, trying to get the tree warden or somebody to go over there with knowledge of trees. But if it's too complicated and we can't do it, we can't do it. But I would strongly suggest it.
It is really a little bit more about Mr. Hegney's point. We're on private property where the canopy is large enough that it would prevent development of the property and where does the legality, our statutory scope is a little questionable there, I have to say honestly. I'd like to save the tree, but we know that the canopy's big. We know that what that means for the drip line, and that's basically been confirmed. The tree has survived very close to the house, but when you go to put in a foundation, and we would be hard pressed to ask someone to completely change the design of their house, because we don't have a town tree ordinance for private property. Mr. Hardman, Ms. Goss, do you have any comments?
Can I just quickly say, sorry, I think the point was that the applicant's arborist had said that it would be impractical to save the tree. They couldn't even construct the existing residence under the snare of getting the tree. And I think Mr. Lowe is saying, is that disputed in any way? Is there a tree expert out there who that might not be true? I don't think it's a public property, private property thing. I think it's we have this asset that is available to us. And is there any?
Yeah, I recognize that I think I recognize on the legal front that we can't perhaps insist on anything, but it seems to me it should be our duty to advise and make a recommendation and strongly suggest if that's warranted. And I just asking, can we find out whether it is warranted?
Well, what's going to be the effect if we do have someone come and say, well, they can construct a building here without, and keep the tree, then it will still be the applicant's decision what to do.
Yes, but we would then perhaps be in a position, if that were the case that you suggested, to strongly recommend, or whatever it is we do, to try to influence the applicant to move in a slightly different direction or make modifications. I just don't see the downside to getting a second opinion.
Well, one thing that is confusing is that I think my opinion was that it is sort of widely known that the health of the tree is dependent on the drip line of the tree, and the arborist report seems to go well beyond that. So perhaps the arborist could explain why it goes beyond the drip line.
I think that'd be great for us to be able to do, Katie. Alan, could you go over your report and why it really goes beyond the drip line in terms of impact to the tree roots?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Can you hear me?
We can?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So drip line is a term that's often used when we refer to trees and construction. And it's been somehow taken that in the past that drip line means that the roots of the tree stop growing at the end of the drip line. If the trees knew this, it would be great. However, the trees research supports that the roots go well beyond the drip line. In this particular case, the ISA, or the International Society of Arboriculture, in terms of making recommendations for construction, designate that you can estimate between a 1-to-1 or 1.5-to-1 ratio of the number of inches in diameter equated to feet in radius. So if we went in the middle with 1.25 feet or per inch of radius, or excuse me, of inch of diameter, you'd end up with a 75-foot radius around that tree for what we consider to be a critical root zone. And what is most often misunderstood is that when we say critical root zone, that's where all the roots are. No, the critical root zone is what is depicted as the necessary volume of roots needed to support that radius, or that diameter of tree. So quite often drip line is misassociated with, oh, right there is okay, that's all the roots we need to support. There is another term that hasn't come into play here, and it's called the structural critical root zone. And the structural critical root zone is a function of that diameter as well. And that structural critical for that tree is actually a little bit before that extent of the drip line. And I believe, I apologize, I'm in the dark still. I don't have power, so I don't have anything to refer to, but the, with that spread of crown that tree has, I believe it's around 80 feet. Okay, so you're looking at a drip line that's in the 35 foot range. The structural critical is at that point for a 60-inch diameter tree, and what that means is that if we damage or limit the roots within the structural critical to a certain capacity, then we've impacted the structural integrity of that tree. I pointed out in the report that there was excavation in the roadway, which meant that there was limitation of the roots in that easterly direction. So in other words, roots have potentially been impacted by excavation along the Eggleston boundary as well.
Alan, we got you. You back?
I can't hear him anymore.
Yeah, Alan, you're muted again. Alan, can you hear us?
Yeah. How far did you get?
We were talking about the critical zone versus the structural. And then you talk about the road work, and then I think that's where we lost you about what happened with the road work.
Okay. So the road work essentially suggests that the portion or the boundary of where the lawn area or soil area meets the roadway along that boundary has been limited, and those routes may have been impacted in that excavation. So now we have a excavation, and you know, it actually goes more than 25% of that critical root zone that was suggested earlier. So other things that I looked at was there's visual indicators in the tree that, we call visual indicators of compensation. So the tree, although it appears to me and many others as being a beautiful tree, the other things we look at structurally are, we notice that the base of that tree, where it flares out to the soil surface, is very large. Okay, and that flare is very, very big. And what that tells us is that the tree is compensating for loading. Okay, and that loading is because of the size of the tree and the limitations of its rooting area, its volume area. If you can just kind of associate that with think of a tree growing in a city sidewalk that has, gotten to the point where it's so large that, it doesn't take much to blow that tree over in a wind event and take everything with it. And we notice that all the, the roots are compacted into one area. Usually what we see are the fibrous roots, not the structural roots. But at any rate, I'm mentioning that just because I believe that structural roots were impacted along that excavation in the road. They may have been limited, and the tree's responding to the size requirements and loading, and that's impacting its ability to be, its sustainability. Other things such as it only takes a couple of inches of grade change in fill to impact a beech tree. A beech is its roots are very, very sensitive, and those roots are very, very close to the surface. So when we start talking about limiting or cutting, even at the drip line, we're talking about impacting its structural stability.
Mr. Fenner, I have a question, and you may have covered this in your report, but in your opinion, if the tree remained in place and this home were built as proposed, what's the likelihood that the tree would die because of the stress that the construction would put on the root system?
Well, I can't really address that because I didn't study in any detail that drawing. However, in terms of percentages, the way I based my decision on this is that, if we're going to impact more than 20% of that root zone, the existing root zone, so I'm accounting for what's already been potentially removed, which if you put that in the whole context, it's actually, we've impacted possibly 30 to 33% of that root zone. That is going to impact not only physiological, but structural integrity of that tree. So to answer your question directly, you can't go anywhere in that existing lawn area without impacting the roots of that tree. Okay. And you don't have any leeway in terms of, even, doing root pruning or implementing tree preservation measures, because the tree species limits you in terms of its susceptibility, as well as the amount that you have to play with in terms of there is no volume that you can reduce that won't impact the physiological or structural capability of that tree. So if it was the proposed structure or, changing grade, looking at the existing structure, you're going to be impacting that tree to the point where there are several things right on the doorstep that are impacting beech trees right on the coastal zone. And one is Phytophthora or bleeding canker. And I've seen in Greenwich as well, trees that have been impacted from root pruning where it's reduced and stressed the tree, and they've succumbed to bleeding canker. So,
do you have an opinion on, just the basic question, if the house were built with a tree staying in place, what's the likelihood?
Well, I was asked to give my opinion as to the sustainability of the tree to be able to, compensate for construction. And I spent the majority of my career building tree preservation plans based upon, the proposed impacts. Usually I'm called in as a mitigator because the impacts have already occurred. And but I've also been on the other side where we've tried to reduce impacts. There simply isn't the volume of land available to support any type of preservation for that tree if you go within that structural critical root zone. And that's what you're talking about right now. You're asking me if my opinion is if we go into that structural critical root zone, will the tree be able to sustain itself? And my answer is no.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Well,
that's the answer I was trying to get to. And Peter, I just want to say one thing before you continue. One factor to consider, and I looked at Conservation Commission's report where their proposal was either leave this tree in place or replace it with three new trees. And I think I heard Attorney Hegney say that that's now been upped to 4. But I think that's something for you to consider as you're trying to get through your question.
Yeah, and on a related to what you asked, David, I'm wondering, are these structural critical tenets or theory of arbor science, are these absolute or are there indeed exceptions? I mean, I appreciate that you are rendering a professional opinion, and I'm just wondering, are there exceptions, or is this kind of really an absolute situation where this tree is not going to survive? You can actually make that comment. I know it's all things being equal, and David was trying to get at what the chances are of its survival should this construction go ahead as planned. But I just wonder whether there indeed are exceptions.
Well, I'm not really sure I understand what you mean by exceptions, but in terms of me speculating as to what could possibly happen, I'm sure there are examples of cases where trees of this size have been attempted to be preserved, and they may have had success. I'm telling you that in terms of what I'm basing, what I saw on the site, where I know the roots are, where I know the roots have been impacted, where I know the conditions of the tree, and I know the responsiveness of beech, in this case, this particular species, that the likelihood is that it won't be able to sustain even moderate impacts because you don't have any room to do it. But to answer your question specifically, where do I think there are exceptions? Yeah, I mean, you could, not do anything and leave the tree, and would it live? Probably for several years, but you wouldn't build a house either. So I'm not sure that the answer you're looking for in terms of exceptions. I know that you know, in attempts to preserve trees, we recommend at times root pruning, and we base that on a percentage based upon what we estimate to be there or what we determine is there. You know, it depends on the species, it depends on the wound response, it depends on the existing stresses. You know, and you know, I've identified the existing stresses in that tree. I've identified the vulnerability of that species, and I've indicated where, you know, that critical root zone is, and that it extends beyond a drip line. And often when we just apply applications to strictly a drip line, we've already compromised a significant amount of the roots. And to give you an example, I mean, if let's say we root pruned to the drip line of that tree and didn't do any other impact around that tree in an attempt to try to preserve that integrity, what is likely going to happen is that the characteristics of beech roots, or in this case, these the European beech roots, where they're close to the surface, they'll extend out and then they'll fan out and extend. There's two types of roots: woody roots and the fibrous roots. And we refer to the fibrous roots as the feeder roots. But if we cut off that root extension, and you know, it may have one large structural extending into that area that actually fans out to 20% of the feeder root zone of that tree, and we remove that one root, it's going to impact the rest of the tree. And it's my opinion, after seeing many trees being root pruned, and beech especially, that the likelihood that more roots exist beyond where we think they are, or where, you know, you think they're likely to be, are going to impact that health and integrity of that tree. So I'm not sure I really answered your question, but
no, you've answered it, and you provided all that context in detail. But and I think what I'm hearing is that the chances are, in your opinion, that it's not going to survive. But that's not an absolute. That there are exceptions, and it doesn't always mean that all these trees would die. I'm just it's not an absolute. That's what I'm taking.
The
away.
other thing that's
fine.
not an absolute is that it's most likely going to decline. You know, there's a cycle of decline that usually impacts. You know, go ahead.
Okay. Back to you, Margarita.
Oh, okay. There's no other questions from the commission? Do we have any public comment on this application?
If anyone in the public would like to speak, just raise your virtual hand or press star.
Madam Chair, in the audience is Rachel Weitzman, one of the owners of the property, planning on building this as a home for her family. I'd like to have her address the commission as well.
Yes, I see her hand is up, ma'am.
Okay, Rachel, you may unmute yourself. Rachel?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm starting my video. Hi. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Rachel Anderson Weitzman. Thank you for letting me take a moment to introduce myself. I was born and raised in Riverside, and I've always dreamt of returning to town to raise my own family here. My husband, Adam, and I are not builders or developers. We are hoping to build this home for our family, and we feel profound gratitude that our two small children may be able to grow up in this town and attend our public schools as I did. Please know that we chose this piece of land and the town of Greenwich because of the beauty of our natural surroundings. Trees and environmental stewardship are deeply important to us. In fact, when a loved one passes away, our longstanding tradition is to plant trees in their memory. We therefore want to express to the Commission that we have no desire to remove this tree from our property. Frankly, when we purchased the home, we had zero intention of doing so. However, as this build process has evolved, we have learned more about the hardships and restrictions of our lot. We consulted multiple landscape experts and multiple licensed arborists, including Save a Tree, and we have spent untold hours discussing this with experts who share our passions for conservation and for environmental protection. The unfortunate outcome from this extensive diligence was that this tree could not be preserved if anyone is to live on this property. We have sought comfort in the fact that we will be replacing this tree with several other mature trees, which will flourish in our community for decades to come. We know this is a decision that no one takes lightly. And in spite of this being a very difficult conversation, we are grateful to be returning to a community that puts such value on our local flora. Please rest assured that we hope to continue to be ardent supporters of the marine and botanical life of Greenwich for many years to come. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration this evening. And yes, and Tom, there was one thing I did just want to quickly address with you, to Mr. Lau's point about the property. I just wanted for you to share the exercise that we did when we evaluated the existing structure, and you know, if we were to try to raise the existing house, which was destroyed in Sandy, and how that would impact the tree and the root system there, because I do think it's a really critical point. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weitzman.
Thank you, Rachel.
Pat, do we have anybody else?
No one else in the audience. No, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I apologize. I spoke to
Alvarez.
Ms. Alvarez is here. Francia, you just need to unmute yourself and you can speak.
Unmute.
There you go.
Okay. And can you put up the slides, Pat?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Francia Alvarez and I'm with the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. I'm actually sitting here in the dark with flashlights and candles, so please bear with me a little bit if I astray a little. Whoops.
Sorry about that. It's
That's okay.
not going to the spot I wanted to.
All right.
Try.
All set?
We can see, Pat. It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I have a few slides here that are just going to show you some views of the tree. This is the view from Greenwich Cove looking up to Marsh Lane. You can change it, please. This is the satellite view, and you can see here that there are other trees in that neighborhood. One of the trees that is important is the tree that's right next to 11 Eggleston on the neighbor's property. You can change this again. Oh no, that's I don't think you have the right. That wasn't in this presentation. That was in the last presentation. Do you have the right presentation?
Yeah, this was looking. I was trying not to say. I think we've seen this before.
I will double check. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Thought that was the one we downloaded today, but
Well, the first image looked like one we've seen before, but maybe it's just similar. Mr. Hegney, while Patrick's doing that, Have you recalculated the FAR to make sure that you can include the staircase? Are you good with that?
Yes, we amended the plans to reflect what
Okay.
the zoning enforcement officer raised last month. And he did submit a revised memo indicating that those plans
Yeah.
were acceptable.
I'm not, for some reason, I'm not seeing that revised memo. I'm only seeing the 524 one in my package.
There
But
was
that's
a revised comment from him.
okay.
He was,
That's fine.
Madam Chair, came in an email from staff sometime Monday.
Ah, Monday. Okay. I missed it. All right. And so that means the flood vents were addressed as well, correct?
yes.
Okay. So I just hadn't put that in my notes. All righty. Are you ready to go, Ms. Alvarez? There you go.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just have a few slides to show you that show the positioning of the tree and a couple of other things. So here you see the view of the tree from looking down towards Greenwich Cove. You could change it. And here, I don't think you started at the top. I'm sorry.
I know, I tried to start on the third slide where we left on the other one. I'm sorry, Francine.
That's okay.
You want to go back to the top?
There, that's fine. You can go to the next one. Okay, so here is the tree. It's snuggled up against the tree that's on the neighbor's property. And you can see that there's a few trees that are in between the Eggleston house and the house next door. You can change, please. This is the view to the cove. You can change again. And this is the view.
Sorry, too fast. Apologize. It's moving. There we go.
Okay, and this is the view from Greenwich Point back to Eggleston. You can see how big this tree is, and the tree that's next to it is also almost as tall and almost as wide. Someone in the last session talked about how this was a landmark tree, and it truly is a landmark tree. You can see it from so many different areas in town, and so I wanted to point that out. You can go to the next slide. So this is the latest site plan. And as you look at this, you can see that there are 3 trees that are on the neighbor's property that just border this property. Those 3 trees, the trees that are on this site plan are not to the actual size of the trees. So if you go to the next slide, you can see this is the Copper Beech, and the next slide will show you the size of the tree next to it on the next property, and it is a 70-foot wide canopy. This tree, with all the things that Alan has said about compromising the tree if the new site plan is used and why it needs to come down, well, it's not considering what's going to happen to the neighbor's tree as well, and possibly the 2 trees that are next to that. The work that's going to be done on this property is going to upset the roots of this tree, the other tree, probably go in about 35 to 40 feet onto the Eggleston property. So all the things that the arborist has said would destroy this tree, they're also going to might destroy the neighbor's tree. So this is a much bigger issue than just this one tree. It's going to change the whole look of that end of Eggleston. It's going to change the views from across Greenwich Harbor. I'm sorry, I have to put the light on here. So now we have the Copper Beech and possibly the neighbor's trees that will come down. Why was this not addressed in the report? The tree losses would certainly change the views on the sensitive natural environment and fragile coastal habitat. And I would ask you to review the conservation's concerns again. The POCD looks to save significant trees. So where is the line drawn? There is a larch tree in Greenwich that is the tallest larch tree in the United States. Would that tree be worth saving? When is a tree big enough, broad enough, tall enough to be saved? If the arborist did not address the fact that if they were to use the existing foundation or the layout of the existing property that's there and go within those boundaries, would that tree still be effective? That's a question that I think is important to ask. So I hope this 100-year-old healthy copper beech can be saved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Albers. Is there anybody else from the public? Okie dokie. So, commissioners, comments, thoughts, what do you want to do with this?
Madam Chair, if I can say a couple of things.
I have some
This is a 12,000 square foot lot. This is not in the middle of the woods. It's not in an arboretum or in a botanical garden. This tree occupies really more than half of this lot. To be able to develop the property in a reasonable fashion, given that the house that's there now cannot be sustained and cannot be renovated, given the fact that it's elevation, you would need to be at elevation 18 to conform to our flood zone regulations. It is not feasible, based on what Mr. Bennett said, to be able to maintain a tree of this size on this property when you have a good deal of other activity going on, such as the excavation in Eggleston Lane. And to look at it otherwise, I think is not either realistic nor appropriate. So
Okay.
we have come back with a plan that adds some significant trees. 5 to 6 inch diameter trees are significant trees. We've increased the plan for that. We've provided the buffer along coastal seawall that was requested, and I think it's appropriate this time for the commission to approve the plan that we have before you.
Thank you, Mr.
Margarita?
Hegney. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I think I just want to put a marker down for our future discussions. This seems to be a situation where, you know, the loss of the tree may be unavoidable if this is approved, but we should work with Ms. Alvarez about some compensatory scheme to do something elsewhere in Greenwich when something of this magnitude arises.
That's a cool idea. To
So-
work with the tree
Sure we could,
conservancy.
I'm not sure we could, I think that's getting into dangerous legal territory there, guys.
No, but there's another way of skinning that cat. I think.
Yeah,
How we, he's going in a direction that we could work legally.
Yeah,
Is how do you maintain? Okay, I'm going to say it out loud. The greenscape, and how do you protect it? And we can get there. I mean, our POCD says we're going to find ways.
Yeah. What I was going to say,
Dave,
it's the off-site impact, it's the doing something off-site that's problematic in the statement. Before I was going to say, the applicant did say that they are their plan shows they are replacing the tree with trees on the property. So if it's on the property, that's one thing, but doing stuff off-site, I think is where we run into some problems.
Yeah, this is just a coastal site plan. It's not a special permit.
Right.
If it's a special permit
Mr.
consideration,
Hegney?
then that could come into play.
Mr. Hegney, is Ms. Weitzman still in the audience?
Yes, and her husband, Adam, as well.
Pat, could you elevate her for a second? I'd like to speak to her
She's
one more time.
she's still a panelist.
Hi, I'm here, Madam Chair.
Hi, Rachel. Hi, Ms. Weitzman. Sorry. So as we talk about all this, I hope somebody shared with you our Conservation Department's comments on your application and what you're doing. It's dated, the one that I've got in front of me is dated May 12th. And first of all, she gives you praise for the fact that part of your driveway is permeable, but then she suggests ways in which your redevelopment could be more sensitive to the coastal environment and environmentally in general. And having heard you as a property owner, I think that you would embrace this. So I'm just suggesting that you take a look at it. Whatever we decide, we'll reference those comments in our decision letter, so your attorney will have it anyway. But I just wanted to say to you, if you could just take a look at it, and you might find there is something funny about the geese. But anyway, you might find that to inform some of what you do in terms of landscaping. That's all, Mr. Hegney. So Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel. Did you, Ms. Weitzman, did you want to say
No, I was
anything
just
else?
going to say, yes, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your comments. I completely agree with you. We actually did take a very close look at all of the conservation comments and suggestions. And as a result, we're doing a very aggressive remediation on the knotweed as well. So because we want to, you know, it's an invasive species, and we want to really tackle that, make sure that we're protecting the natural indigenous plants of the cove.
Great, thank you so much. So
Thank you.
Commissioners, what do you want to do with this?
Well, we've got the zoning, ZBA and the FAR straightened out. Engineering's on top of this. Sewer's okay. Conservation, I guess we're getting Mr. Heggie 4 new trees, and they asked for 3. They're nuking the knotweed. The buffer is 5 feet or 10 feet.
Mr. Hegney, what are you giving us in terms of buffer width?
I think the buffer, and Bill Kenny's on, I think the buffer is 3 feet wide. Bill?
Oh.
Address
So
that.
we would ask you to consider doing it a little wider. But I'm sure Mr. Kenny referred to the deep guidelines for that to the Department of Environmental and whatever it is, protection.
There is room to do some additional buffer along the seawall.
Okay. Mr. Hardman, Mr. Lowe, Ms. Goss, thoughts? Are you ready to close, decide? We don't have to decide this till the 9th. It's your call, what you want to do with this. Your thoughts.
I'm fine. I'm fine to close this.
Are you willing to decide it?
Yes.
You're both willing to decide it. Okay, Mr. Lowe, that leaves you. You wanted the extra information. Are you satisfied? Do you want to leave it open? Or?
Yeah. I defer to the rest of the commission on this issue, and I don't want to be in the position where everybody else feels one way and I'm holding things up.
Oh, no, that's okay. We don't mind being contrarian here. We've never minded that. So you have to be comfortable that you have enough information before you to make a decision. That's all that matters.
Okay, well, don't wait for that, because hell and a lot of other things will freeze over before I ever feel like I have enough information. So I will, defer to you all.
Okay, when you're seated, your decision, you have to make the call if there is sufficient information for you to cast a vote.
Well, I don't know what, yeah, are you asking me for a vote right now? Or are you asking
No,
me?
I'm
whether-
asking you if you have sufficient information before you for you to cast a vote of your own. Mr. Lowe?
The answer is I'm not sure I do, but I do not want to hold this up in the face of others. I'm a rookie here, okay? So
No, I know, but statutorily, the moment you're seated, you have to be comfortable that you have enough information before you to cast a vote, or the item
Right.
stays open.
I was more comfortable before we had this conversation. And you're making me more uncomfortable. So I think we ought to stop the conversation.
Katie, help.
Yeah, if I could just add one more piece to
No,
this.
no, this is, no, Mr. Hegney, please.
I
Katie,
didn't
are
hear
you there?
Mr. Lowe. I didn't hear Mr. Lowe's last words. What did you say?
Fundamentally, he still has, I'm hearing that he doesn't want to hold us up, but that he's not clear he has enough information. And to me, statutorily.
All right. Look,
that means, well, okay. So
I am not.
Okay, so Mr. Lowe, here's an option you have. And
No, I'm not an arborist, and I'm not, generally a tree hugger. But when an application comes in and there appears to be a significant issue, I try to get comfortable with it. Okay, and you're asking me, well, are you sufficiently comfortable with the information before you? We all have to make a decision at some point, and who knows when and if any of us will be truly comfortable. But you base your judgment of comfort. You're trying to balance things. You may never get totally comfortable. So I am going to say, for the sake of simplicity, that I am now comfortable.
Okay, now for your information, you can
please
always.
Don't make me more uncomfortable.
Okay. Katie, stop me if I'm wrong, but for Mr. Lowe's information, in addition, if you feel that more information, that you would still like more information, and we were to close it anyway, you have the option to abstain from the vote.
I would not suggest that route. I think either you keep it open or you make a decision, but I don't think abstaining from a vote.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, but I think that would be the very last option. I would not suggest going that route.
I have no intention of abstaining.
Okay. All righty. So, and you say that you would like us to close it, Mr. Lowe? That you agree with closing it?
He's not going to object to you closing, is what it sounds like.
Yes.
I don't think you. Okay, you guys talked over each other.
You want a definitive declaration from me, and this is going on way too long. So I'm fine with closing if that's what the consensus is.
Okay, all righty. In that case, Mr. McRae, could I have a motion?
Yes, bear with me for a minute. Okay. Level 11 Eggleston Lane, PLPZ 2020-89 for coastal site plan in the R12 zone. Whereas we received comment from the zoning enforcement officer that they had received PZBA variances of side yard and where is it? Well, okay.
Street side and front.
Street side and
Yeah,
front.
it's all the setbacks because of the way it works a lot.
Right, and memo from the ZEO 8320 that they are okay for sign off.
Right, it's front and street side. Yeah, okay. At 122. Go ahead.
Right. DPW, the memo 62420. There were just issues to address prior to zoning sign off, zoning permit sign off. Sewers, April 28th, 20. No comments to be addressed during the P&Z phase. Wetlands District Green Sheet on March 26th. DEP issued comments on 6/17. Applicant addressed concerns noted in any previous comments. Conservation had issued comments on 5/12. The applicant has addressed those with planting of 4 new trees at 5 to 6 inch diameter caliber. that the knotweed, invasive knotweed, Japanese knotweed would be removed and contained, and that a coastal buffer be installed. I think we are looking at 60 inches or 5 feet of coastal buffer along the seawall.
They've offered us, but we're asking for more than 3 feet. In addition, if the trees that are planted, and I'm sure Mr. Kenny is quite able to do this, the trees that are planted are of a caliber that is hardy in a coastal zone, and also that the buffer, and again, because of the problem that we have with a buffer that Mr. Kenny is doing elsewhere, that the coastal buffer be reviewed by, the planting and the coastal buffer be reviewed by conservation.
For materials or?
Well, yes, because this is, I don't have the materials in front of me, so I just would like that to be consistent with the goals of the Department of Environmental Protection. And in addition, that the applicant has agreed with the Conservation Department's comments to enhance the environmental sensitivity of the proposed redevelopment as noted in Conservation's comments. Okay, go ahead, Nick. It's yours. Over to you.
So we have the planted buffer along the seawall, the 4 new trees, and that's actually on the revised landscape plan from 7/30/20. I'm sure that Mr. Kenny and his staff actually are all over what they need to do with deep. And then
Maybe, but we got a proposal from Mr. Kenny on something else that was not consistent with what DEEP asks for. So I'm just doing belt and suspenders here on this one.
Okay, great. And then any other interdepartmental or staff comments that need to be addressed prior to zoning permit sign off? Motion to approve application.
Okay, do I have a second?
A second.
That's Mr. Hardman who seconds. All in favor, I'll call you out by name. Mr. Hardman?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Ms. Goss?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Sorry, I was muted. Aye.
Okay, and I'll vote in favor as well. And with that, that application is done, and we will move on to our next one.
Thank you.
House of Monte Little Cove LLC for a final coastal at 4 Little Cove Place.
Madam Chair, Brian Muller is the representative.
So I have something to.
Oh, he's the other person who got to look at my beautiful sign yesterday. Guess he didn't think it was beautiful. Mr. Muller.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Brian Muller from Muller Engineering, LLC. I'm representing the client this evening. I believe the architect, Mark Andre, is also listening in if we have questions for him, which I believe we do, as well as I hope Bill Kenny is still available. He did the planting based on the conservation comments. I'd just like to say quickly, it seems as though we've been, delaying this a little bit because the whole COVID and the storm and, I'm working no power here. I have a generator going, so I'm on my cell phone. So I appreciate everybody making this happen tonight. We worked very closely with DPW. I worked very closely with Conservation, Ms. Alexandra Mock, with Bill Kenny, as well as the architect with Jody, planning and zoning staff. They've all been very helpful, even through this crazy time we're going in. I'd just like to thank everybody, and if anyone has any questions, concerns that we could further address at this time, now's the time.
As I understand it, the only outstanding, you had the issue of the attic. I understand that you now have sign off from Mr. Couture. And the only other question that we raised yesterday was for Mr. Kenny to revise his proposed coastal buffer planting to something something more appropriate than phlox. If you would agree to working within the guidelines, but from conservation, etc., that would be good. And I take it you were agreed to a 10-foot buffer here?
Well, I came to a consensus with Alexandra that when we removed the Coltex system and a lot of the land disturbance in the backyard, she was very happy about that. We are not disturbing any part of that backyard except for adding some plants in the both rear corners of the property, because in the middle of the property there are existing shrubs or trees there that do exist that are proposed to be maintained, I believe. And we wanted to leave a little bit of opening so that there are still views of the water from the proposed deck and porches in the back. So we would look.
Your buffer planting doesn't need to be tall. I think Mr. Kenny knows that. Alexandra, in her comments, requested 10-foot buffer through which you would have a 15-foot wide access way to the seawall. Is that acceptable to you?
If that can be a condition that we can work out with conservation prior to.
Well, no, she's, it's what she's asked us for. I'm not sure, you said you had spoken with her and reached an agreement?
Yeah, she mentioned to me that she was pretty much satisfied. I did mention to her that we could do some native grasses along and connect.
No, coastal.
This
we
is
can leave this up.
Go ahead.
Well, you know, we have to decide this application pretty much tonight, or have another meeting, which I think we're going to be loath to do, since as far as I can see from her comments, she's still looking for the 10-foot buffer. Mr.
Yeah,
Mueller.
so when I spoke to her, I had mentioned the project at 2 Little Cove, which was permitted in 2018, and they have a minuscule buffer that was approved back just 2 years ago. So all the same
We're
regulations.
getting a lot, that's true, and we're getting a lot more aggressive about what we ask for because we're seeing the importance of doing coastal protection. So with each application that comes in, we're becoming stronger on the environmental side. So what we did 2 or 3, 4 years ago would have been less because we're really trying to move ahead on this now.
I understand. And I believe that our planting plan, and I did tell Ms. Mock that we would include native grasses to connect the 2 planted beds in the back to provide a more substantial buffer across the whole seawall that's there. And I do
Yes,
believe
and the
that,
phlox.
what's that?
Yes, and the phlox doesn't work.
Madam Chair,
so,
if I can suggest, actually, okay, they've got zoning, and it seems that the FAR issue has been resolved. They've got engineering, they've got sewer. Deep, it seems to be okay now with FEMA, so on and so forth. I think if it's an outstanding issue of resolving the buffer plantings and the width of it, maybe we can condition this on having the applicant and the applicant's landscape people return to conservation prior to permit to get that resolved.
Katie, how would you like to word that? Katie?
Yeah.
If I may I? That the applicant is to return to conservation prior to zoning permit to resolve planting materials, planting buffer width.
Can we do it, Mr. McRae, where it's as part of the zoning permit sign off, the P&Z staff will consult with conservation as opposed to the other way around, because otherwise it just gets messy?
No, that's fine. Whatever you
Thank
want. Yeah, if you guys want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's why, Nick, sorry, but that's why I asked Katie to comment, because I had
Yeah,
a
no,
feeling she was going to say that.
Yeah.
I always
was
want to put it
trying
on the
not-
applicant, it's their responsibility. Go
No,
take care of it,
that's-
come
yeah.
back.
No, the issue is that it's not conservation, it's planning and zoning staff that makes the decision, and that's why I wanted Katie to say it.
And I think, just this, obviously we've heard this conversation here. So if there is a dispute and we can't come to an agreement, obviously we'll just bring it back to the commission. Just so the applicant understands that that's the process, that if we can all come to an agreement, great, but otherwise if we can't, we'll just have you come back.
Right, I think that'll work out, because it's, what's the buffer, what's planted there, they're putting phlox or Japanese knotweed or whatever. It's just a matter of everybody's satisfied and we can move on.
Oh, yeah, hopefully not the flux.
that much I know.
I know where they can get a lot of Japanese knotweed if they want it.
Or
Okay.
bamboo, no bamboo either.
All right. Okay, so we're then proposing to close and decide this application. Does everybody agree with closing it? Mr. Hardman? Mr. Hardman?
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
sorry. Couldn't find the unmuted. Yes, close it. I agree.
Mr. Lowe?
I think you've made him uncomfortable.
No,
I think he ran away.
No, I'm here. I had to, I'm in the dark now, so I'll be in the dark for you as well.
Okay.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah. So what was your question?
But my question is, are you comfortable closing this application?
Yes.
Ms. Goss?
Yes.
Okey doke. In that event, Mr. McRae, could I have a motion, please, for this application?
Okay, here we go. PLPZ 2020-61 for Little Cove for coastal application in the R12 zone. Whereas the Wetlands Agency gave a green sheet sign off dated March 6th. Sewer Department issued comments on 4/15 and has no comments to address during P&Z. DEEP indicated issued comments on 4/22 with no comments for the Commission's consideration. The ZEO issued comments on 7/1 and notes action to conform to Section 135 of the BZR, which the applicant has done. That was the FAR. Engineering issue comments on 6/10, request applicant resubmit prior to zoning building permit permit approval. And conservation, as we had said before, we'll work with P&Z staff to review the coastal buffer and coastal buffer planting material prior to zoning permit.
And that the commission is requesting consistent with conservation's recommendation, a 10-foot wide on average undulating buffer along the entire length of the seawall, allowing for 15-foot wide access to the seawall with generally uninterrupted views, which is, I'm not sure where the disconnect is, but I think that will, and then it goes back to what you said, Nick. Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Okay, and that the applicant address any additional or outstanding interdepartmental or staff comments and motion to approve application.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I second.
Mr. Hardman has seconded the motion. I'm going to take a voice vote. Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Ms. Goss?
Aye.
Mr. Hardman?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Yeah, aye.
Oh, yeah, I as well from Albin. And with that, we move on to the next application, which is 7 Meadow Place LLC for a final coastal site plan at 7 Meadow Place. Is the applicant ready?
The applicant is ready, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This
Didn't
is
you have
a,
anything else to do tonight, Mr. Hegney?
you know, I enjoy this so much that I wouldn't want to be any place else than here.
I was laughing. Mr. Muller is in the dark. Okay, we're okay. So go ahead, Mr. Hegney.
This is an existing developed property. We're looking to demolish the existing house and build a new house with a pool. We've received actually approval to submit for a building permit from engineering. We meet all the zoning requirements. There's no sewer issue here. The issue that we've had is the review of the pool and the elevation of the pool deck in relation to existing brick. We've had Race involved in this. They have indicated in their professional opinion that the deck was the proper height and did not act as an erosion control structure. Despite that, the client had agreed to lower the deck of the pool by a foot. We forwarded that to staff and to the DEP. DEP has reviewed it with FEMA. FEMA had one other department they wanted to review it with based on comments we received from FEMA today. There have not been any regarding the house. And what I would suggest is that the only outstanding issues we have are the landscaping as discussed with conservation and the appropriate level of the pool deck with DEEP and FEMA, and that we separate this out. We would come back with the pool and the landscaping on the water side of the property as a separate application so that we can go ahead and proceed with the house construction. I would hope that FEMA would be getting back to us quickly, but in these times, you never know who's in the office and who isn't and how long that would take. But when we have a house that's already met all of the criteria, we would like to be able to proceed with that. I would add we submitted a memo from our structural engineer indicating that the pool and the terraces are separate and have to be because they are located partially in the V zone, whereas the house is located just in the A zone and is structurally independent from any work involved with the terraces or the pool. So what we would like to have you do this evening is approve the house, and then we will come back with a separate application for the pool once we've resolved the issues with FEMA, DEEP, and conservation.
So the thing that troubles me is that my read of the issues meant that there was a problem with the grading on the entire site in the FEMA DEEP view, and that as a result of FEMA's review, you might have to redo the grading on the entire site, in which case we do not at this point have a site plan. We would have an approved house that might be okay, but we don't have a site plan. So I don't know how, I'm trying to scroll down to those, all right, here we go again. So that's the problem, Mr. Hegney. As I understand it, it is the entirety of the grading is in question.
I don't believe that's the case. And Pat, if you could pull up slide 5 from our presentation. This is a very level site to begin with. You have the existing house and you have the driveway, and the rest of it is just plain lawn right to the seawall. If you look at this plan, there is just minimal grading at all. We're talking about a contour 7 toward Meadow Place, where the existing grade is 7.1. So there is no grading to speak of on the west side of the property, except for a slight few inches along the southerly side. It all came down to the elevation of the pool and whether it acts as in terms of wave deflection because it's in the V zone, and whether it's in an erosion control structure. And it was purely the height of the pool deck that was at issue. And so since that may take some more time to resolve, recognizing that we need to satisfy FEMA and DEEP on this, we would like to put that aside and just deal with the house itself.
We had Jackie with us yesterday, Monday, and that was a different take. I'm trying to find where I saw that on the grading, because I'm in the middle of DEEP right now. Nick, do you remember where you saw it?
Page,
Okay, wait.
page 607 of the agenda, I think it might be.
Come on.
Mr. Hagney, I got a quick question.
Yes, Mr. McRae.
Where am I here? There we go. Looking at the slide here in front of us, in the materials that were provided, it seemed that the house, the decks, the pool, all of this was being built on pilings. I'm concerned that if we do the house,
the
house
pilings.
is built, how do we do the pilings for the pool and the decks and everything later on? It might be, would you be hard pressed to get machines back there to drive the piles?
I am sure that that can be handled logistically in terms of the equipment necessary to do it. The other part is it's not like we're going to start construction of this house tomorrow.
Yeah, so might as well wait till you have all the approvals.
Well, getting from where we are this evening to the building department is a fairly lengthy process because we have to resubmit the plans for review by the various town departments involved and the staff's review of the final construction documents. That takes time in itself. And that's something that we would like to do now so that we can utilize that time appropriately as we also work in tandem with getting the pool approved through DEEP and FEMA. There's more time built into the process.
Mr. Hagney, what is in the back? But like, so if you didn't have the pool there, would you even really need to touch that area very much? I mean, is there anything else back there like drainage or whatever? Or
No.
like, how much of that area would be disturbed if you're not going to do the pool?
None.
Katie, if I could, Pat, would you turn to page 614 of our agenda of the full final?
Yes, ma'am. 614.
614 on the full final, and it is the piles, the piling designs, the isometric, and the layout. And of course, I'm not going to be able to see it, but you guys will.
All right, it's open, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Katie, there's the answer to your question. It's all together, and that's Nick's point. All that is connected. It's a web, if you will. And that was what I had forgotten from over the weekend. How would you do just the pool and not have the rest of the pieces in, and how would you access it?
No, I was thinking, okay, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hagney.
If I could just read the memo we received from the structural engineer on Monday. It says the house and pool terraces were designed to be independently supported in order to meet the FEMA requirements. This separation is shown on plan drawings S100A, S100B, and S101. It is also noted that the detail section 912 on drawing S300. The structural changes made recently for the pool and pool terraces, which included lowering the elevation by 1 foot, do not have any structural implications on the house since the two are independently supported. And that was from our engineer.
Okay,
And,
I can see that on the drawing, Mr. Hegney, on the pilings drawing. There is a gap 3 inches between the footings between the terraces and the patio or the pool beyond it. I think actually, yes, I completely understand. Actually, you're gonna have a separate permit for the pool no matter what, a separate permit for the house to get that rolling. I think from my point of view, it seemed that I wanted to make sure that you actually could get these pilings in and get the rest of this house, the seaward side of the house built. If you get the house, the front side of the house in. Did you have conversations with DEEP and FEMA in the past 2 days or so?
We had.
Hold on a second, Mr. Hegney, before you answer Nick. Nick, I'm looking, I can't. So I'm on page 607 now, where Goucher says, thank you for the revisions. I had raised concerns regarding what appeared to be the various walls, but then he says, we would like to see the input, the FEMA's input on the entirety of the proposed revisions. So they want to see the whole thing. I'm not sure that for their purposes, taking the pool out and doing the house separately works.
Well, I would say that the only change that we submitted that DEEP was reviewing was the elevation of the pool. There were no other changes to the plan other than that.
Well, they're asking to see the entirety of the proposed revisions.
Yeah, the proposed revision was just lowering the pool deck. That was it. There weren't any other to that.
And then Diane Ivkovic says that in her mind, the pool and the terrace are a unified feature that is in very close proximity to the new residential structure. So my sense is they're looking for it to be holistically done. And as you make a change there, that you might be changing the entire site plan, that you might be changing something else. And that's what I'm uncomfortable with. What exactly would we be moving forward with if we only move forward with the house? Because we can't move.
We'd be able to construct the dwelling. The pool, as is often the case with many projects, you submit them separately because you're not building the pool at the same time you're building the house. And the pool takes a separate timeline. And we recognize that and want to be able to move ahead with a portion of the building, which is the house, which has never been an issue.
Mrs. DeLuca,
Okay,
quick
first of
question.
all, yeah.
If we move on just the house while they're resolving issues with DEEP and FEMA, and the issues pop up that actually affect the house, is there a mechanism where we can actually have the house and the pool come back together at the same time?
Sure. I mean, just like with any sign off, we work within the confines of the commission's direction and decision. And if there's a dispute or an issue, we just take it back to the commission. It's that simple.
So maybe what a condition would be that if we move on the house, the condition be that if there's any change to the previous approval or previous conditions on the house through DEEP and FEMA, that the whole thing's got to come back for us to take a look at.
Yeah, I mean, so let's just say you moved forward on the house, then what we would
Right.
do is we would send the revised plan that shows the plan without the pool. We would send that to DPW. let's say they came back with an okay to go to building permit there, and there was no change to the house, then we would move forward with that plan. If there needed to be changes to the house as a result of the comments from DPW, then we would take it back to the commission.
Okay.
And that's fine and appropriate, and that's how the staff handles all of these applications.
Mr. Hegney, is the structural engineer with us tonight?
I don't believe so.
Okay. We're just wondering, because the piling is going to be, they're going to be buried. I'm just wondering if, you can put the pile in, but you never build on it. It's always sitting there. Maybe the concern is actually just getting a phasing plan to put those in, so we're not disturbing, everything that's come before it. If that's the case, that might be a solution to that issue.
I don't know.
How are they? Could they all be installed at the same time under a separate thing? Because like I said, Deep's got to sign off on that as well, don't they?
Not comfortable.
Okay.
The terracing that everybody's asking you to reduce, you're going to reduce that?
Well,
I just feel, you know what, this has been postponed. This application has been postponed a number of times because you had not gotten everything organized, deep in FEMA. And now you're rushing us, is how I feel about it, when you're really not completely there. And I'm uncomfortable that when this application had so many issues, now we have to suddenly move very quickly when it hasn't been us delaying it or us holding it up, and there are still open issues from both departments. And I don't know why the commission would not wait. I'm still not convinced about this. If we take the pool out, it'll all be fine.
The discussions that we've had with FEMA and with DEP are solely involved with the pool. There's been no discussion with them on the house itself. The house meets all the criteria. It's in the A zone. That hasn't been an issue for them at all. And we're looking at the westerly portion of the property, which is the terraces and the pool, and the landscaping along the seawall. So all of those are separate issues which can be addressed separately while we go through the rest of the process to get the building permit for the house.
Mr. Hardman, do you have any comments on this?
I think I would tend to view them independently. I don't think we need to delay this if Mr. Hegney proposes to separate the two approvals.
Mr. Lowe?
I think I agree with you, Margarita, that we should, on the basis of what others in town officials are suggesting, that we have a more holistic overview of this.
Ms. Gosh?
I was just looking, I'm sort of getting quite fatigued at this point, but on the Tuesday, July the 7th, email from Diane Ifkovic, her first sentence, it's her email to Jill Pietrapalo.
Yes.
Diane says, the pool and terrace are one unified feature that is in very close proximity to the new residential structure. So can somebody put that in context for me? Because she's saying that it's Oh, that's the pool and the terrace. I misread it. Okay, sorry. Okay.
No, that's the same. I was asking the same thing was troubling me. Exactly what was bothering me.
But she said the pool and the terrace are one. Not the pool and the pool in the house are one, but the pool and the terrace.
We had not provided all of the structural plans for DEP's review, and we had subsequently provided them to Diane and John Goucher at the DEP. And they wanted to make sure that the terrace and the pool were one unit and that the house was a separate unit, and that it was clear on the structural plans that that was the case.
Okay, so the whole memo from Diane says much of the in-ground pool is below ground. However, a significant portion of the pool and corresponding surrounding terrace are above ground, which requires additional fill and a retaining wall in the VE zone. Now, when you're going to do that additional fill, my take was you're going to have to come off of it, which means you're going to be moving the fill, sloping it off towards the vicinity of the house, which means that your grading will change for the house as you change, if you have to change this for the pool. She says FEMA advises that minimal fill be used in the VE zones, and we felt that there was an opportunity here to lower the profile of the pool terrace in the VE zone so it's more flush with the existing grade. What struck me over the weekend that was troubling me was you have you've got to taper off into the existing grade, and they don't like how much fill you've got in around the pool. How are you going to do the taper if you have already got the structure approved? How do you change the site plan to do the taper? That was what was bothering me. And then Nick raised the question about the pilings, which certainly look, I think he's right, it would be hard to work with the pilings for the pool once you've got the ones in for the house. Because the access, they're so connected as you look at that piling design that we were looking at. So those are the things that are troubling me. Mr. McRae has said he's willing to go ahead. Do we have any members of the public who want to speak on this application?
So Margarita, I'd just like to say one thing. It looks to me, and I'm not a professional engineer, but you drive pilings, then they're independent. It's not as if the pool relies on any structural support from the pilings in the home and vice versa.
But take a look at how that piling design is. I know you're not an engineer, but neither am I. And does it look fairly difficult to, I mean, that's the thing. We've got people telling us they want to see the whole thing. Okay. And there's nobody from the public on this?
No, ma'am.
All righty. So what do you guys want to do? Lo would like to leave it open. I would like to leave it open. But we would need an extension, Mr. Hegney. McRae and Hartman are willing to close. And Goss is willing to close, I believe.
I'm willing to close.
Correct?
And because I'm sure that if Mr. Hegney, if it came back with grading issues, that we would remember this next time Mr. Hegney asked for something like this.
I have
Or
quite a
Mr.
list.
Tessie.
I have a list. I have one where he told another committee that we are not attentive to neighborhood issues. So I'm saving that one up for a future conversation.
All my ghosts are coming back to haunt me.
Yes, sir. They're all coming back to haunt you. Now, so you've got two people who would kind of leave this open and but we would need an extension from you. And you've got three people who would close and decide it. Your call, Mr. Hegney.
Well, I wish it was 4-1 rather than 3-2. And you know, I don't want to put any of you in a position where you feel uncomfortable taking a vote. thought that this made sense because they are two independent structures and have to be two independent structures. And frankly, when I speak to the folks at Race, they feel very strongly that the plan they had before met both FEMA and DEP's requirements, and that lowering it a foot was an accommodation to a desire rather than a regulation, and that they thought that that would be favorably received. It may very well be, but we just haven't gotten that from FEMA yet. And it's a matter of tracking everybody down when so many people are.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so your decision, you know, I don't know how we're going to end up deciding, but you've heard everybody's vote. Would you?
You know, I don't want, as I said, make any of you feel uncomfortable. I thought that this was a rational and realistic way of dealing with an issue that has been frankly hanging out there for a while with both, whereas there hasn't been an issue with the House. And as Katie said, if there are any changes that occur, we're taking the risk that we're going ahead with a plan that that's going to need to make changes, which are going to come back to you. So I see this more as a risk on the owner to move ahead with the House rather than a risk or a concern that the commission or staff should have, because ultimately, if the staff says there's an issue here, we don't get our zoning permit sign off to go to the building department, and we have to come back to you. So this is more on the homeowner than it is on the commission, I believe.
So in other words, you're going to give the extension then, Mr. Hegney? or do you want to? Or do you want to force?
Let me.
I thought I was just trying to make one more pitch for Lo and the chair to say no, they're comfortable to go ahead with this.
Katie, you hear my discomfort. I'm just not sure that we're doing anybody any favors by moving forward. And I don't know if you can address that for me. I don't want to get in the way of reasonable development if something is okay, but at the same time, I'm uncomfortable with being rushed when it hasn't been our fault that this has been held up. And I'd like them to have stuff done. If you think that they could do just the pool, I think, you know, I mean, separate it out, take it out.
I mean, what about this idea? Just thinking out loud. What if we get the extension, we hold it open, Mr. Hegney proceeds with the plan without the pool, meaning as if the commission had moved it forward. So he comes in with the plan, we send it to DPW, get the sign off all ready to go, and then we, you know, have it moved by the commission. Theoretically, by then it would be okay. Moved by the commission on the September 9th meeting, and then we would have the zoning permit ready to go the next day, because it's going to take that much time anyway.
Oh, okay.
I love that.
So that's actually, okay. It's a submittal for zoning permit without a decision letter or comments or anything. That's what I'm hearing, right?
Yeah, I mean, but basically, I mean, we know what we know what we need. We need a plan. We've got all the other departments okay. We don't have DPW okay on a revised plan. So we would get that all kind of ready to go and sorted out, assuming that it could be, and then the commission can move on it at the September meeting, and then we'd be ready to go.
I love it.
And we would move on. We would move on both the house and the pool.
Awesome. Well, assuming they can get the pool. If they can get the pool, then the whole.
No, I'm more concerned about. I'm not worried about the pool. It's the house.
Yeah. So that's if they can get the pool, great. But if I'm assuming that they're not going to be able to get the pool in that short period of time.
Okay. So then in September, if for some reason the whole condition from DEP, FEMA, and the pool went sideways, we'd be just acting on the house.
On the house, but meanwhile, we'd have the, you know, we'd be basically ready to go because we'd have the
Okay.
plan there.
That's a new one for me, but
All
I
right.
think
I mean,
Okay,
I'm just throwing it out there. It's unusual, but
yes.
out there. And I'm only throwing it out there because there's so much time between this meeting and the next meeting, which we don't usually have.
Time or
Mr.
meeting?
Hackney, how do you feel about that?
Would you
What?
ask?
Who did you ask?
Mr. Hagney, how do you feel about that?
I think this is a very practical solution that takes into account the timing of getting to the building department, where we can utilize some of that time now while we're resolving this issue with the pool and FEMA and DEEP. And I think it makes a lot of sense and
Great.
would benefit
Okay,
my
goodbye.
and make the numbers.
I'm surprised you didn't jump at this.
Okay, jumping. Okay, so we're leaving this application open. We're done with it and we're moving on. We're going to give Mr. Hardman a break. Dave, we're going to text you when we're done with Innis Arden.
Okay.
Dave? Okay, we're
Yes.
gonna, and then we'll come back to get you, and hopefully we'll be able to do Greenwich Country Day with great celerity. My word tonight.
And
leaving
we'll
it open.
provide an
I'll look it up while you guys are going through Innis Arden.
Oh, yeah, so you could do, the revised event plan.
No, I meant
Okay,
the dictionary.
oh, celerity? From
It's like
Keller-
solar power, but better.
CE, it's, what is it, Keller-Caleris, third declension. Okay, our next application is the Innis Arden Golf Club for a final site plan and special permit for the west side. And I'm going to jump in and add in, I'm sorry. Here we are now opening at long last. The public hearing now is officially open. The next application is the final site plan and special permit for the west side of Innis Arden. And we're going to do the east side at the same time, except Nick, I think you have to make two identical motions, basically.
Yes.
When we're done.
Mhm.
Okey doke. Is the applicant here?
The applicant is here. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant.
So, Mr. Hagney, go ahead. I mean, unless you have a lot to say.
What have you been doing all night? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so DPW is okay with the turning radius information. Beta's okay with the signage. You've sent in the sewer data. You have not heard from the sewer department, so we would make a comment on that. ARC had comments on the landscaping and the whole campus look, and we would encourage you to think long and hard and obey. And I believe that they also, per Nick's request, he mentioned at the briefing on Monday that you ensure that the lighting of the courts at night is shielded, and that that lighting of the courts has been as well has had an ARC review. Nick, did I leave anything out?
No, I believe we have everything there. Health department actually is got a preliminary application for their new kitchen, but it's okay for zoning permits, so they can actually get that rolling as well.
Okay. Does anybody from the commission? Oh, sorry.
I could not have made the presentation better myself.
Does anybody from the commission have any comments? No.
I think I'm
No.
good here.
Does anybody from the public wish to make a comment on the Innis Arden application? No. Okay. You three commissioners, are you comfortable with closing this application?
I am comfortable.
I heard McRae, Lowe, Goss. Are you comfortable?
Get the thumbs up.
Okay, I can't see her. Okie doke. Mr. McRae, could I have a motion? I think you're going to have to do a ditto.
Do you want to do the motion now, Madam Chair, or wait?
Oh, I'm sorry, and I even knew I was in the public hearing. Actually, it would probably be easier if we did do it now while Dave was out, since he's recused. Would that
That's very logical, yeah.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and get that puppy out of the way, and then we can bring Dave back in and we can finish we can do the next three.
Okay, Mr. LaRoe, just so we're on the same page here, we'll have two separate motions, but the information that I'm going to put together here actually is for both sides.
So I think what you can do, Mr. Macri, is make your conditions and then apply them to both, and then we'll just take two votes. I know that's redundant, but
no, that's fine. That
works. I think that's what you're saying. I'm okay. I think that makes
most efficient. Okay. Okay. 120 Tomac Avenue. It's a PLPZ 2020 63 and 64 for Innis Arden Country Club to remove their main clubhouse and replace it with a new one, and to reorganize and reconstruct paddle tennis courts, I believe it is, on the west side. Inland Wetlands Agency issued a permit 2012 for the work on the east side, and the Green Sea questionnaire was completed for the west side. DPW issued comments on 7/15/20 that have been addressed for turning radius for SU30 and WB50 trucks. See, DPW traffic and beta comments have been addressed. They were dated 7/15/2020. Zoning comments dated 6/4. Didn't request any updates. Health Department has issued a preliminary approval for the food prep in the clubhouse. Said that no other comments are required prior to zoning permit. Let's see, zoning sewer indicated in comments 5/13 that they wanted sewer flows, which have been provided for. And
so therefore, there's been no comment from the sewer department on the flows, but since there is no increase in the proposed membership or in the intensiveness of the use, subject to sewer adding any comments, commission, whatever.
Mr. LaRoe, is there a cap on the membership here?
I don't know off the top of my head. Mr. Hagney, are you aware?
There's no cap, but I can represent, having spoken with the membership leaders, that there is no proposed increase for membership on this.
Okay.
So
applicant has indicated that there'll be no increase in the membership. And the applicant has indicated that they will return to ARC by electronic submittal for planting and comments that were issued on 7/1. And that they will provide house side shielding for the new paddle tennis courts.
Yes, and that the Planning and Zoning Commission supports the landscaping comments made by the ARC, which I haven't been able to get to, but Nick, if you have it in front of you, it's something about a whole campus look.
So ARC sees this area as a campus, and landscaping needs a unifying look for the campus.
Perfect.
Okay.
And also, I think they have something about the street side screening. Okay. So you got that, and you got signage. The signage for the circular drive or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they addressed the beta comments already.
Beta.
Yes.
Okay. And the DPW found that the turning radii were acceptable.
Yes, that's for the SU30 and the WB40.
You got it.
Yeah.
Do I have a second for the? Oh, did you move?
Second.
Approval?
No, I didn't. I know. I was
Mr.
just saying that the applicants to address any other interdepartmental and/or staff comments, and motion to approve application for east side and west side.
Well, can we do east side and then west side?
Okay, motion to approve
let's actually-
east
let's-
side. Let me get this
We'll
right.
do- yeah.
East side.
Yeah.
Site plan special permit. Let's go with
Yes.
that one first.
So Mr. Lowe seconded, and then Madam Chair, if you want to call.
Yes, I will. Ms. Goss,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
and Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
and I'm also an aye. And, okay, I finally got to the right page. Okay.
And then the west,
um,
please.
Now go to the other side.
East side, excuse me.
Okay, then motion to
East side.
approve site plan special permit for the west side of the subject property.
Second.
Seconds
Ms.
Lowe.
Goss,
Yep.
second is Lowe. Aye for Goss. Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
and Albin is an aye. Okey doke. Can you guys get a hold of Dave?
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave
Oh
you
my
to
gosh,
the meeting now.
Mr. Hegney's leaving?
Unless you don't,
He's putting in a half day, I guess. That's
yeah. I'm just not on your pay grade, that's all.
I finally got to the. Nick, we said that they had to address all the ARC comments, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
in the motion.
All right. Okay. And conservation, we got, yeah. All right. Okey doke. And did you find Dave?
Is somebody texting Dave?
No, I'm not. Do you want me to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sorry, I was bringing speakers into the room. I apologize.
Yeah, that's kind of a lot of work, isn't it? It's kind of,
I'm glad you're enjoying your time off, Madam Chair.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever sat in my car for this long.
Is the car running?
Yes, it has to. You get really good mileage when you're not going anywhere.
What's the streetscape look like?
Dark. My text isn't going to Hardman.
No,
He's
he got it.
back.
He's okay. There he is.
He's back?
Yep. He's back.
Okey-dokey. Okay. All righty. Is the applicant ready? Is that Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Okey dokey.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Bruce Cohen on behalf of Greenwich Country Day School. This is an application for final site plan and special permit approval to allow the school to renovate and make improvements to its playing fields at Cardinal Road and Fairfield Road. This was last before you at your meeting last week, at which time we were given a few additional issues to clear up, which we've tried to do. This first came before the commission last January, and in a quite a different form, but since that time, and following the commission's lead at trying to achieve what was called a soft opening, we have modified our plans in order to reduce the size and scope of the project in a number of ways, while the school, with the help of its consultants, measured the impact on traffic and parking in the vicinity by virtue of the additional use of the schools as the school's fields as the as the high school population of the school grew. Last week, we were given several chores, which hopefully we've been able to satisfy. In the first instance, you requested that we update and improve the traffic and parking report that actually the event management study that we had prepared and submitted. John Canning was able to do that, and I think the purpose of that was to provide specifics to the commission as to how events would be monitored and what potential corrective actions could be taken. So John Canning has done that. We've submitted the revised plan in a red line version so you can see the changes that were made. Another item that the commission noted last week was that we were waiting for DPW approval, and I think that has been achieved. In addition, in its last report, DPW approved a couple of items that we had talked to the neighbors about in terms of road improvements. The installation of gates on the parking areas so as to limit parking access so that unauthorized people weren't going to be using the parking facilities. And also the DPW is allowing the installation of speed bumps if the neighbors would like to see those installed. Another important element of last week's discussion had to do with encouraging us to have another meeting with the neighbors, which, believe it or not, Adam Rody was able to accomplish last Thursday. Had what appears to have been a positive meeting. A number of the monitoring and control strategies that are set out in the updated event management report were reviewed at that time with the neighbors. The neighbors aren't quite sure. They would like the gates, for example, which the school will do. They're not sure about the speed humps, but the school will do it if they'd like. And another, I think, positive result of the meeting with the neighbors was to create a Cardinal Road monitoring committee of which the neighbors will participate. And the goal being to meet regularly to talk about issues having to do with the use of the road, traffic, parking issues, and potential improvements in the school's approach to traffic and parking control. I know that there are a number of other issues that you'd like to discuss. In view of the chairman's wish for celerity, I'll make it short, but we do have, as you can see, Adam Rody here, as well as John Canning, standing by to answer your questions. To try to finish up a quick presentation, one issue that had been raised had to do with the requirement for bathrooms. We do have bathrooms on the site, however, for larger events or for events in which handicapped or elderly people need to have access to bathrooms, where we submitted a plan showing where a portable bathroom could be installed. Ms. Mock raised the issue of additional invasive mitigation. Neighbors are interested in that too. And the school has agreed to, first of all, get rid of all of those vines that you see that are impacting the canopy trees along the creek south of the school and east of the school, and to work out a long-range mitigation wetlands. As you know, the invasive mitigation plan that we are committed to do to the west of the field has been reviewed extensively and approved by wetlands, and they will have to do the same thing with an extension to that plan because they're all within the wetlands areas. So if you would like to ask us some questions, we'll be glad to try to respond. But we believe that with a lot of hard and fast work, we were able to respond to the points that were made at last week's hearing.
Commissioners?
Oh, and I have a question. I saw, read the letter from the school to the neighbors. It's on page 912 of the full agenda. I'm sorry, 921, which seemed to be quite earnest and reflected the comments which I heard during the last hearing. But what outstanding issues do you and the applicant feel remain with those neighbors? And my guess is we'll hear it more tonight, but I'd like to sort of get your advanced view of it.
Mr. Hardman, we try to address, we have what is called a full and frank discussion, and we try to address all of the concerns of the neighbors. I think the neighbors are very much in a wait and see mode. They're concerned about the addition of traffic to the streets. We're convinced that we're able to monitor what goes on, measure any impacts that result from the increasing high school enrollment and use of the schools fields. We had hoped, we do hope that the establishment of a monitoring committee that will include neighborhood representation will be a way of addressing their concerns and hopefully nipping any problems in the bud if they do develop. But the school is, as you say, sincerely committed to working with their neighbors and allaying their concerns.
I tell you, it's a really charming little vestige of an older time in Greenwich. I travel that road from time to time, and I do, just encourage the applicant to, pay attention to the neighbors and, try to preserve that part of the architectural and neighborhood character.
Mr. Cohen, in the letter, we were talking about usage of the field, and I've lost the letter again, but it was talking about, aside from community organizations, you'll require that anybody, third-party use of the field will be required to use the parking up above. What does it mean by third-party or the community organizations that may not be subject to that?
Those organizations are typically sports teams that are coached in off-season times by Greenwich Country Day School coaches. In other words, teams that have participants, members of the teams that are during the school season students at Greenwich Country Day School, but used by teams that are not owned and controlled by the school, except to the extent that their staff folks may also coach those teams. That's the typical type of a group that we're talking about.
Okay, so that's the third-party users.
Yeah.
You talk about? Okay. And
yes.
the first part of the sentence this is on page 2 of the July 31st letter. it says aside from special events hosted by local community organizations. That's the thing that's kind of jumping off the page for me. You know, the third party people will be have to park up on top of the field there, or up on the campus. But the special events hosted by local community organizations, to me, that's kind of opens a can of worms to me. And you know, special events, that's great, but you know, why aren't they required to park on the up on the main campus?
Mr. McRae, if I may, this is Adam Rudy.
Yes.
We were thinking about things like one-offs when the Boys and Girls Club comes and does a one-day field day event. They might need to park down by the field itself. We're talking about nonprofits in town that we like to be a good neighbor and allow use of the fields for one-day events for free. And those would be the one-offs if they needed to park down there. But we will try to park everybody up on top. But we want to at least hold on to the idea that they might need to park there if there was a one-off event.
Okay.
Mr. Rhodey, Peter Lowe here. I was curious, what about organizations, and I don't know whether this is the right name or not, but the Greenwich Soccer Club during the fall used to use those fields. Parents would park all over the place, including at the lot next to the Greenwich Skating Club. Are you including an organization such as that, if I'm assuming it still exists, in your assessment of where the parking is going to take place on these events, for these events?
Yeah, Mr. Lowe, the Greenwich Soccer does no longer uses our fields, so we've really pared down all of those. So no, we don't expect that to be the case.
Okay, so and there are no other ones, no other organizations outside the ones you identified.
Correct. I mean, we would reserve the right for if Ableist came to us and said, we want to run a field day down on your fields, would you entertain that? We'd love to be able to help an organization like Ableist run a field day on those fields should that request come our way.
And Mr. McRae, this is John Canning, excuse me for putting in. Those organizations with those events, should they be planned, would be subject to the requirements of the traffic management plan, which is included in the plan. It's specifically stated so.
Great. Actually, Mr. Canning, while you're up, can you inform me as to how are you going to measure the traffic management plan to see if it's actually working? Is there any way of going about that?
Yes, we have added a couple of sections in the traffic management plan that specifically address that. Monitoring and evaluation. So basically, the school has agreed to have a staff member go down there during the sports seasons, including the summer if there are activities at the fields, and they'll go down at the busier times and they'll count the number of vehicles parked in the parking facilities down there. They'll count if there are vehicles parked on the road. They'll observe traffic operating conditions, and as stated in the monitoring plan, they'll be required to report immediately to facilities or to athletics if there are things going on down there that shouldn't, and somebody from the athletics department or from facilities will have to come down and document it and ask whoever's doing what they shouldn't be doing to move, and it will go into the record and it will be addressed at the end of the season and made sure it doesn't happen again. That's kind of the monitoring part of it. The evaluation part of it is there's a couple of parts to that. At the end of the season, all of the logs that have been kept by staff who go down during these periods to document how much activity is going on there will be reviewed. There will be traffic counts conducted during activity times at the intersections of Cardinal Road with Fairfield Road, Hillside Road with Fairfield Road, and Stanwich Road with Fairfield Road, because we know you've expressed concern about those intersections. There will also be an automatic traffic recorder placed on Cardinal Road at approximately the bridge to document over the course of a week the level of traffic activity. And then all of this information will be taken back, and at the back of the event traffic parking and management plan, there are a list of threshold values that they will be compared against that were documented in the traffic study that was prepared for the fields. So we will look to see that the traffic volumes on Cardinal Road are in line with what was projected. The delay for vehicles exiting Cardinal Road onto Fairfield Road is what was projected. And the levels of service, as Chairperson Alban mentioned last week, will be the same or better than was projected in the traffic study.
Mrs. DeLuca, is that something you'd want returned to the office for review?
Yeah, I think that would make sense.
Okay.
And
Thank you, Mr. Canning.
what would the time frame be for that?
The time, well, so if I understand the correction, the question properly, is it when the studies would be done or when it would be submitted? It's an annual, it would be done annually before the start of the school year, so you can get yourself the plan updated and make whatever tweaks you need to do before the school year starts again.
And,
So, Mr. Kenny.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, Mr. Kenny, I wanted to ask on this monitoring and evaluation. Greenwich Country Day staff will monitor the parking situations on days when outside organizations are using the field.
Yes and no, to the extent that the school has committed that the outside organizations that are affiliated with school staff, so if a coach has a team that he coaches, all of those folks are going to park up at Old Church Road, at the Old Church Road campus. So there's no, if they abide by that, there's no need for them to go down and count how many cars are parked down there. If they have an outside organization, such as Mr. Rhodey mentioned, that's going to have a one-day event down there, well, then they will monitor that to make sure that it goes off the way it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, it seems to me that that might be the more likely time where people would park unwittingly in one of the neighbors' yards and driveways. So I think that's very important.
I agree, yes.
Mr. Cohen, I'm going to go back to the soft opening. I want to make sure I understand what you're thinking as soft opening is. You had said it was the reduction in the size and the scope of the project. Is that what the intent or what your thought is as the soft opening? That it's actually smaller in scope than what we had seen in January, I guess what it was?
Oh, it is smaller in scope than last January. If you remember last January, we were proposing an 8,500 square foot permanent field house and permanent bleachers. And in the field house for lockers and bathrooms and that sort of thing. ARC didn't like it. You folks didn't like it. So, and there are other things that also that the neighbors didn't like in terms of what we were doing with the road and parking areas and landscape and such. So basically, the project was reduced in size and scope in a number of ways. In addition to the elimination of the field house, we reduced the size of the road. We increased the landscaping. We eliminated some sidewalk areas. We installed gates in the new parking area. But the key to the soft opening, it may be a better way to think of this as a measured opening, which is what I took away from the meetings with the commissioner in the earlier days, that given the fact that the high school population was growing and was going to be using the new fields, I think everybody wanted to find out, everybody in the commission wanted to find out what the impact on parking and traffic was going to be over time as that the use of the school increased. And so the heart of that is the measurement of the impact, the assessment, and the correction of whatever needs to be corrected, which is why Mr. Canning has prepared this event management plan that provided for the things that he's been talking about this evening in terms of measuring, assessing, and reporting. And we will report on an annual basis as DPW requested, and make whatever changes will be needed. And at the end of the full occupation of the field, we'll sit back and determine should we scale it back? Should we decide that we want to make the bleacher structure more permanent? But the soft opening, in my thinking, Mr. McRae, would be better denominated as a measured opening.
I would like to suggest that that COVID is going to necessitate a softer opening, and for as long as COVID's with us, everything's going to be quite soft at the high school, at Country Day, elsewhere, right? So any measurements we're taking in the near term really may not inform totally the thinking that needs to go into a more hardened opening.
Hope for the best, but not the worst.
It may be that you're right. Fortunately, our base statistics in terms of traffic were established before the pandemic hit. And so we've got kind of a normal baseline to start from. But you're right, the gearing up of the use of the fields may be delayed.
Correct. This is Michelle Cronin. We did talk about this specifically with the neighbors, that we won't use, if the fields happen to open, next spring or next fall of 2021, and COVID's still here, those numbers won't be used to say, oh, look how great we're doing. They won't be used in a formal study until, the populations are back to what they would be normally, and sports are what they would be normally.
Mr. Cohen or Mr. Rhodey, just quickly, barring the COVID issues we're under, what was the expected length or time that you expected the occupation of the high school to be complete? Was it the next year or the following?
We would be 2.5 years.
Over a 3-year period.
Yeah, correct.
3 years, we're in the first year of 3 years or the second?
Yeah, we're in the first year.
First year of 3 years. Okay, so we'll have a first graduating class of seniors in 2 years from now.
Well, we actually had our first graduating class of seniors this year, but there were 12 graduates. Next year, we anticipate 17 graduates. The following year, we're going to be around 55 graduates, and then the following year, we're going to have about 120 graduates.
Okay, so that year of 120, that seems to be the
that's correct.
Full population. And actually, the majority of those students actually are coming from the middle school itself.
That's correct as well. That's correct.
Okay. Mrs. Albano, I think I've got enough here. Actually, Mr. Cohen, when you met with the neighbors, they were briefed on the letter we received as well, and they're in agreement with all the issues that are on there?
Michelle?
Yes, that the letter that you got a copy of went to the neighbors, and then the most recent letter that you got, they received as well. And we did exchange a couple emails with some outstanding questions that they had, and I think I've answered all of them. So I'm hopeful we're all on the same page now.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Goss, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Mr. Lowe, you're good. Mr. Hardman?
I'm good, thanks.
Do we have any comments from the public, Patrick? Yes.
I do see one hand. Lisa.
Yes, ma'am. Lisa Bishop. Wow. Thank you for sticking it out with us.
Mrs. Bishop.
Hi. Can the commission hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I want to thank Madam Chairman and the whole commission for the recommendation that GCDS meet with us as neighbors. This was a long overdue meeting, and I think it resolved and clarified a lot of the issues that we had. And I think we, both sides were able to compromise a little bit. The email that Michelle just referred to was generally the topics that we discussed, but I wanted to make sure that there were a couple items that were not on her original email that were concerns of ours that I do want to make sure the commission knows about. The future of the 2 houses that belong to GCDS at the end of the street. Those are the ones that currently the facilities director lives in, and one that is rented out privately right now. It is a concern of the neighborhood. What is the future going to be for those properties, as this has potential for more development? That was something that is kind of up in the air. As they said, there's no plans, but as we know, plans change. So just wanted the commission to understand the neighbors' concern about that. The other outstanding item was that we had talked about was the overlap of seasons, sports seasons between GCDS and GSC, which is the skating club. That is a concern, as sometimes if football seasons extend with tournaments and such, or games or preparation for tournaments, that it can overlap with the skating club, not for very long, but we wanted to make sure that there was some kind of resolution to making sure that that is not double parking on the street or double traffic. And GCDS, I don't know if they put it in any of the reports. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to read a 600-page report. They did commit to, if there were ever events on the same day, that GCDS events would be up, parking would be up on their old church campus area. The other item was something that you guys clarified about COVID traffic and the traffic studies not being normal, and not keeping those studies, or not using the studies in the next year or so, as that's not back to normal. I did want to point out that the baseline traffic that was established actually was not traffic norm, because that had the Greenwich High School students parking on the street, which I do very much appreciate that in the new traffic and event management planning, there are enforcement policies that GCDS is going to use to make sure not only that they chain, or excuse me, lock up and gate those extra parking areas, but they will enforce if people park on the street. So the base traffic study makes me a little nervous, because there was traffic there that never belonged there. So it's an elevated traffic to begin with. And this was something that the neighborhood had been having issues with for quite a while. And we are actually very happy to hear and see that GCDS is working to resolve those. But just wanted to make sure that it's known that that was actually not even meant to be here. And the one last thing I wanted to say, not to be repetitive of the other issues because they've been covered, is just as neighbors, we want to make sure this traffic and event management plan is binding, and that it cannot be changed without at least neighbor input to it, as we are happy with the way that the parking situation has landed for now, at least in a compromised position. I believe it was down to the non-GCDS use of the parking fields and parking lots. And that was one that just in the event of compromise, the neighbors kind of gave up on that and said that, yes, fine, just make sure that they park up at your upper campus. To what another commissioner member said, I actually wrote back and said, wouldn't it just be easier to have everyone park up there, and then you wouldn't have to worry about managing it? But that's a GCDS plan. But just that traffic and event management plan is binding and can't be changed, leaving us in the lurch. And that's all, because it is 10:38, and I appreciate the commission and what they did to try and get GCDS to work with the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. It's really a great feeling when people talk within the community and can reach an agreement and move forward with something. So I'm glad that it's starting to work out with the dialogue. It's wonderful. Anybody else from the public wish to speak? Yes, Ashley Cole. She stuck it out with us as well.
Can you hear me now?
We can
Yes.
hear you.
Hey, everybody, it's Ashley Cole. You received my letter about a week ago concerning the stadium for Greenwich Country Day School. As you know, I live at Hillside Road, and I'm also on the Selectmen's Committee for Sustainability, as well as a founding member of the Hillside Road Traffic and Safety Commission. And, you know, when I moved to Greenwich 20 years ago, never ever did I imagine that I would find myself fighting and advocating for basic road safety for school children and residents. But here I am in one of the wealthiest municipalities in the country, and we still don't have basic road and traffic safety here on Hillside Road. And fortunately, as you know from the Cardinal Stadium discussions, we're working towards that goal. So, but with the Greenwich Country Day School Stadium, this presents a whole nother basket of problems for our neighborhood. And I mean, we already have traffic and parking problems. We don't have enough parking. We don't have enough egress here for this school, which has 3,000 people in it. I think adding the Greenwich Country Day School Stadium is just going to possibly be the tipping point here for this fragile historic neighborhood. So I'm here advocating for moving that stadium should be at their new campus. It is Greenwich Country Day School that, you know, a great institution for sure, and one that is a wonderful thing for our community, but they have chosen to add a new high school. They chose to change their purview and purpose, and I think the appropriate place for their athletic facility is at their new campus. Because I want you to imagine all the teenage traffic and the parents and the school buses, which are coming to and fro all day long and overwhelming this neighborhood, which doesn't have the infrastructure to handle all this. And I want to say that also the whole point of planning and zoning is the protection of people, not institutions. And the protection of people's safety should be first and foremost always. And also the protection of people's property values. They're in their homes against encroachment from, you know, giant institutions, for example. So that's what I have to say about that. And I think this neighborhood can really handle, and really can't handle it right now, one stadium, and that stadium's Cardinal Stadium. The public school, Greenwich High School, our one public school, deserves the priority here. And that is what I'm going to stand on. I think we need to keep our efforts at Greenwich High School.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cole. Is there anyone else, Patrick? I don't see any other hands up.
I do not either.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments on this? Let me ask people. Mr. Hardman.
No. No comments.
Ms. Goss?
No comments.
Mr. Lowe?
No additional comments.
And Mr. McRae?
I think I'm good to go here.
So would everybody be comfortable with closing this item, which is in fact a must close?
Yes.
I can close.
Okay, so hearing no objection to closing, we will close this item, and We do not have to decide it tonight, but we can just reach that conclusion, decide which way we want to go after we hear the last two applications. The next one is Julio E. Quinde Astudillo and Olga Quinde for a final site plan and special permit at 36 Pemberwick. This is to convert a single family to a two-family. It is before us because it is an undersized lot, and as such, it is not an automatic as of right. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, Madam Chair. Larry Liebman is representing the applicant tonight, I believe.
Okie dokie.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Larry Liebman from SC Minor. I too am sitting in my car at a parking lot because of no power and a bunch of trees on my house. This is a 4,500 square foot parcel size and that is required for 7,500 square feet. The only activity is internal activity. There is no exterior work being proposed. And what we pray you is that you have some discretion on the 4th or the 0.6 parking space. There are 3 spaces on the lot and then on the property. And then what we indicate, the lot is a through lot, which has frontage on Pembroke and Homestead. It is the very last house at the end of Homestead. There is a space where they've been utilizing as a parking space. One of the things that I do want to begin with is the fact that this community is loaded with, this area of town is loaded with two-family houses, some of which are legal, some of which aren't. This applicant has decided to go for the legal way instead of just hanging up a shingle.
Mm-hmm. I don't have 6155 open in front of me. Katie or Patrick, somebody have it open in front of you and tell me how we can waive our parking requirements? I do not recall.
You don't have that same language that you do for 158, where it says that these are, in other words, 155 is pretty definitive. It doesn't have that same language. Pat, you know what I'm talking about? The one that qualified right before 158?
Yeah, 158A says the commission under commercial properties can rezone, can find flexibility. But that's
well, it doesn't say waive. It definitely does not say waive. It says that you can take, how does it read? Ms. Goss has got it open. What does it read, Mrs. Goss, right before 158? That's not, point is, it's not the same language for 155.
I have it right here, Katie. It says the following standards determined are determining, excuse me, the following are standards for determining parking requirements. These standards may be modified as determined by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
But that's not the same language that.
But that language, that is under commercial parking or patron parking for customers. We are dealing with section 6155, which talks about the number of spaces based on number of bedrooms required.
And in addition, so they're trying to tell us that we already know that the 4th space that would normally be required is actually in the town right of way, and the applicant is arguing that they only need 3 spaces, but in fact, our regulations do not give us that flexibility. Would that be correct?
I'm not arguing that, Ms. Albin. What I'm saying is that the area is utilized, the area on Homestead. Pat, can you please show the pictures that I sent yesterday?
So, Mr. Liebman, as I understand it, and staff would, of course, jump in and correct me, but just because other people have illegal two-family, or there are violations in the neighborhood, that would not enable us to approve something that doesn't follow our regulations. I think
That's
you would
right.
agree with that.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Liebman, we don't, just because the neighborhood has something, doesn't mean that that is illegal, doesn't mean we can make more things illegal. So I'm failing to see your argument here.
Well, I'm really not trying to argue. What I'm trying to do
Oh, I'm failing
is,
to see your position then. I'm sorry, Mr. Liebman. I'm failing to see your position.
I'm trying to say that there are, I understand what the regulations say, and I understand that there is the rules, and I'm asking the commission for some discretion. And you're telling me that there isn't, and you're telling me that there isn't, then there isn't.
There is not discretion, exactly. We do not have discretion here. No matter what the neighborhood looks like, when you come before us, all we can do is apply our regulations as they are written and as we interpret them, and there's just no wiggle room in here. I believe staff also had an opportunity to relay that to you. Pat, we don't really
Now
need
the
to see the
affordable
picture.
housing, there's the affordable housing route, should they be interested?
They could do
Affordable.
that.
We have discretion on the parking, I think, for the affordable housing, don't we?
No, that's
If
moderate. Well, affordable too, yeah, because there's no regulations there, but.
Yeah.
So with that, that one of they would have to file a the deed restriction for the unit?
Yeah. Yes, if they wanted to come in under 6110, they
Which
could
they
do
can't do.
that.
They can't do it in this zone.
Right.
They could come in
Oh.
at 6. They could do 830G. They could try and articulate a hardship and go that way to a variance request. I mean, those are the options to amend.
So, Mr.
Variance request of
Liebman,
the parking, Patrick?
Yeah, you'd have to articulate a hardship, and that would be another method. I'm just talking about methods to gain 2 units.
Okie dokie.
Patrick,
So,
it's 830G, it's in the hardship, the variance in the 830G.
no,
would be-
830G, they can just file whatever they want.
But that would be the 2 methods to get some discretion on the parking.
So, Mr.
Right, because
Liebman,
there's no reduction in the number of bedrooms for either of these units that would reduce it below 4 parking spaces.
So, Mr. Liebman,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
You could go ahead and see how let the commission decide this, or you might want to consider withdrawing it.
I kind of see the writing on the wall, but I unless the commissioners, I would rather you poll the commission first before you ask me that question.
Okie dokie, we don't poll on a
isn't
vote,
this,
so we do not, Mr. Liebman, we don't poll on a vote. Staff has confirmed what the chair said to you, that we are not in a position to break our own regulations, but we never take a poll on how someone's going to vote.
Then we respectfully withdraw the application.
Okie dokie. All right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Liebman. I hope you get your power back soon.
I don't think that's happening lately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe, Blair.
Not to brag, but word is I just got power back at my house.
So
excited.
No.
What? Did you
Yeah,
pull some
sorry.
strings?
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm just so thrilled. I just got the text.
You should not have told us that.
I'm so sorry. I'm just so happy. I couldn't
Not
back
have
there.
told us that.
If anybody knew that if anyone at Eversource knew that Katie got power back, oh man.
Margarita, can't you do something? Come on.
Well, I thought for sure that they were going to leave Katie's lights off for at least 6 months.
I know. It's been the joke in the neighborhood that we were going to be in big trouble.
I mean, So when my lights don't go on for 5 months, you're gonna know who they blame. Okie dokie. Last one, 269 Palmer Hill Road for a final re-subdivision. On Hillcrest Lane. Is the applicant here this time? Oh, it's Len
It's here.
DeAndrea. I think I saw him there.
No, it's it's Tony, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Tony. Can you hear? Can you speak?
He's not listed anymore. He was there.
I see him on the screen now. Hopefully he's
okay.
Well, sometimes when you go from attendee to panelist, you disappear in
You
cyberspace
go in,
for a few.
yeah, you go into a weird purgatory for a second there.
Michelle Cronin has just abandoned us. Can't believe that Katie has lights.
I know, I'm angry too.
And
No,
the
she
latest,
should
so
not-
for the latest,
She asked Eversource to restore her power with celerity.
Katie, stop grinning. You're gloating.
I'm sorry, I'm just so ecstatic.
well, you know, the pits of it is that while we've been doing this, do we have the applicant?
I see Mr. DeAndrea. It appears his microphone's off, but I don't hear him. Perhaps he can call in on a phone number. We could do it
Okay,
over the phone.
So, while we're waiting for Mr. DeAndrea, how about making a motion and a decision on Greenwich Country Day, and then we'll have that done. I hate to, it's not how we normally do things, but just so that.
This is Chairman Alvin. Can we postpone that decision? I have notes and things. I really want to kind of get some stuff together on that one. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yes,
I want to make sure that I want to make sure that we get it all
Absolutely.
together on that.
Right.
I'm kind of working. I'm working from the remotely, so I have really nothing in front of me.
Yeah. No problem whatsoever. I'm actually grateful for that because I thought I had downloaded the event plan and the download failed. Okay, so we're waiting for Mr. DeAndrea. Patrick, Katie, do they actually, wait, I'm not talking to Katie anymore right now. So Patrick?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk to her either. She's got lights.
She got lights. And when we called Eversource, the neighborhood is taking turns pestering Eversource. They said the tree crews hadn't been here. Well, the tree crews were here in the morning. So they said, well, they couldn't come yet. So we have no hope.
I mean, they do tell you that they don't have the trucks following all the chainsaws. You know, there has to be a clear road.
We do have somewhere in the neighborhood. There's a power company from Brunswick, Canada, here.
Mm.
Those little guys drove down here fast.
Yeah, but you got to talk to them about Canada. You got to talk to them, like hockey.
Yeah.
Thing, you know.
So
it appears. Sorry.
Yeah, Peter Lowe, they apparently, our trees are all cleared now, so now we just need the power.
Tony, you're unmuted, but we still can't hear you.
Yeah, if you could you call in, Tony, with a phone number?
Or if not, the question I was going to ask Patrick is, does Tony actually need to present, or can we do this without him?
Good
Tony,
question.
I guess, do you have anything to add? You could shake your head yes or no.
He's been here all night.
I know.
Do you have anything
but
you wanted to say, Tony? Or
yeah, you can complain about Katie
I
having
think think he's jotting down a phone number, or maybe he's writing a ransom note.
he wants it.
No, he's
Help.
writing down our names.
Help me.
He knows our names.
Yeah, I think you actually have it. You have it all wrong with the director. She's now my new best friend because she has power.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, guys. You guys, everyone with power
That's
out
another way.
Okay. Now wait a minute. Hold on. Mr. DeAndrea, I don't know. Can you hear us? Yes or no? Mr. DeAndrea, can you hear us?
I don't think so. Oh.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, you just went muted again.
If we all listen quietly, we might be able to hear him scream from his house. So,
All right, now I think I'm back
There he
in
is.
with a dial.
Tony.
Hey, there he is.
Well, I was-
Okay, we got you.
I suffered through the entire meeting until Katie decided that she got her power back and I lost my connection. That wasn't fair.
The world is big.
And then after I punched in all those numbers, here we are again. So shall we move on and get this done before 11? I got a minute.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, go.
Real quick, Mr. DeAndrea, you have your zoning okay? You have sewer okay? You have conservation. There was an issue from engineering about easements, I believe, and the as-built surveys.
Okay, we have submitted hundreds of as-built surveys to DPW. They're fully aware of every one. The issue for DPW was simply that one of the property owners was reluctant to sign the maintenance declaration for all of the drainage systems. That issue has been resolved now between 269 Palmer Hill LLC, the owner, the original developer. So there was a small dispute for all intents and purposes. That's been resolved. All of the owners have signed the maintenance declaration for the entire drainage system, which includes the rain gardens and the detention basins and all the easements that cross each property. So that has been totally resolved. Otherwise, I wouldn't be making this presentation tonight. As you recall, last week, we were unable to go forward because the owner of lot number 5 had not yet signed. This whole application is for a revision of lot lines to accommodate the location of the pool on lot number 5, now known as 5R, also known as dwelling number 16. Our client, 269 Palmer Hill Road LLC, still maintains and owns lot number 4. So they've agreed to make this 11 square foot exchange of property, an equal exchange to accommodate that pool location. The reason the pool is subject, do you care?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so it's
I'm done.
11:01. Madam Chair, I think we've got everything resolved. Do we want to do anything else on this?
I think we could be nice to Mr. DeAndrea and we could close this and maybe if you guys are amenable, we could vote on it.
No public comment, right? There's no public
I
comment.
don't think there's anybody, hold on a second, I don't think there's anybody left in the public.
There's a few people in the room, but I don't know if anybody is here to speak. Anybody to speak on the 269 Palmer Hill, 16 and 18 Hillcrest Lane?
No, because all of these applicants it's Country Day, it's not anybody. Michelle Cronin, on Country Day, I guess she's still there. On Country Day, we were not going to do the vote tonight.
I'm sorry, did we say that to them, or are you just
Yes,
saying that?
Mr. McRae said he wasn't comfortable voting
Okay.
tonight.
Thank you. I did not hear that. Thank you.
We've got a concerned citizen. I don't know who that is.
Okay, so do we have any public comment on the lot line, on this lot line change?
No, ma'am.
Okey doke. So
I'll just add for Mr. DeAndrea's benefit that the law department and engineering are both satisfied with the language of the agreements as well, so.
Great.
Very good. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so we are closing this item. Does anybody disagree with closing it?
Nope.
Okey doke, I can see everybody now. Okey doke. And then Mr. McRae, if I could have a motion?
Yes.
And that ends hold on a second, that ends the public hearing. Okay, Mr. McRae, if I could have a motion.
Okay, PLPZ 2020 188, 16 Hillcrest, 18 Hillcrest, for final re-subdivision to make an equal exchange of 11 square feet and revise a common lot line between lot 4R at 18 Hillside and lot 5 at 16 Hillside in the approved subdivision from PLPZ 2016 0031. Let's see, we have endorsement by the zoning enforcement officer. We have actually no additional comments from the engineering division. All of their issues have been resolved. The sewer division comments on 721 without any issues. Conservation issued comments on 722 without any issues. The open space agreements have been agreed upon by DPW and the law department. So I find, we found that this is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. Motion to approve
No,
the
not approval,
application.
just a finding, just a finding.
Motion to find that this is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Mr. Hardman has seconded. Mr. Hardman, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Goss, how do you vote?
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Albin is aye, and with that, we have a 5-0 vote. And we are done, unless somebody wants to keep us here for another hour.
Now, when there's power at home. I'm just kidding.
I'm just going to relish how much fun we've had. Thank you.
Yes, that was a funny thing.
I hope you're feeling more
And-
comfortable.
and-
Mr.
and
Thank God
Katie-
we started at 5. Otherwise, it would be
Yeah.
not so much fun.
But Katie, just so you know, Margarita and I are counting on you to pull a little, some of your influence out and help us in our neighborhood.
Yes. Well, if your lights come in, if your lights are on in the morning, you're welcome. If they don't, I'll just.
And if they're not,
Yeah.
you'll be hearing from us.
Yeah,
I
right.
can't. Yeah, the swimming. Yeah, okay. So, I was told 5 more days, and that probably applies to Low as well. So.
Oh, man. That would not be good.
Yeah. You'll be able to see. You'll be able to know from far away when I'm coming.
Who told you five? Who told you 5 days?
Oh, there's a group of people calling Eversource, and they're taking turns in our neighborhood. And the last conversation with Eversource was 5 days, so we'll see.
That's tough.
5 days from now or 5 days total? Anyway.
I think through Sunday possibly is what I also read the same thing.
Brutal.
For some, not everybody.
All right, this has been fun. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Everybody have a grand time. Thank you for coming. Oh, and the Westcog meeting got postponed, you guys, and we don't know when it's going to be. Dave?
Not tomorrow.
Dave?
Wait, both the lunch and the meeting on Friday?
Both the lunch and the Westcog meeting are canceled.
Thank you.
So our Westcog Friday meeting is postponed. Yeski will let us know how he reschedules it, but we don't have that anymore.